everybody here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we formally begin, I invite each one of us and pause for a moment and reflect on a simple question. What does a zoo represent today? Is it merely a place to visit, or is it an institution that reflects how a society understands care, responsibility, and coexistence with the natural world? It is around this shared reflection that we gather here at a National Zoological Park, New Delhi, to celebrate the Foundation Day celebration of the Central Zoo Authority, held alongside the Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Directors Conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am the MC for the day. My name is Vishali Jaiswal. And since we are starting off, how about we bring some energy to this room and let's start with a big round of applause. Come on, everybody, let's join our hands together and let's kickstart this lovely event, this momentous occasion. This occasion marks not just an institutional milestone, but an evolution in thinking, a shift in how animals are perceived, how care is institutionalized, and how accountability is built into the systems of governance. If we look at the history of zoos in India, early animal collections, whether under royal patronage or during the colonial period, were shaped by the ideas of possession, spectacle, and control. Animals were viewed largely through the prism of human authority, displayed, managed, and confined, often without consideration of welfare or ecological context. Over time, as conservation science developed, these ideas were questioned and a different understanding began to emerge. One that recognized animals as living beings with intrinsic value and ecological significance. Zoos gradually started to transform into spaces of learning, care, conservation breeding, research, and public engagement. This occasion marks more than just an anniversary. It marks a collective journey, one that reflects how our understanding of wildlife, care, responsibility, and governance has evolved over time. This Foundation Day provides an opportunity not only to reflect on institutional progress, but also to acknowledge the often unseen labor of animal caregivers, researchers, educators, frontline staff, and administration who sustains animal welfare and conservation effort every single day. It is therefore specially fitting that today's Foundation Day coincide with the Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Directors Conference. This session planned for today will explore contemporary challenges and possibility from modern zoo management and conservation breeding to veterinary care, nutrition, sustainability, and the One Health approach. On behalf of Central Zoo Authority, a very warm and a sincere welcome to one and everybody here in this occasion. And ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time we kickstart the very first session of the day. And for that, may I please request Miss Ritika to come forward and join me on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause to welcome Miss Ritika? Come on, everybody.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Our first session focuses on transition of zoos in India, highlighting the evolution of role of zoos in conservation, education, and animal welfare. The session is delivered by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla. He is a retired officer of the 1992 batch of Indian Forest Service of Madhya Pradesh cadre. He retired in March 2025 from the post of Principal Chief Conservator of Forest. Presently, he is working as the Senior Consultant at Central Zoo Authority, and previously he served as Member Secretary of Central Zoo Authority along with additional charge of Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Dr. Shukla commands an extremely wide range of experience in different branches of forestry, including wildlife conservation. He also served as Field Director of Kanha Tiger Reserve and Inspector General of Forest. He has also, to his credit, several publications relating to conservation. He is a renowned conservation photographer with images in many national and international publications. With a deep round of applause, may I invite Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla to kindly take the stage.
Thank you, Ritika. Very good morning to all the participants today here to celebrate the Foundation Day of Central Zoo Authority. So this is the first celebration we are having here in the National Zoological Park, and the credit goes to the present member secretary, Dr. Clement Ben. He came up with the idea, and we thought of celebrating it with a gathering of all the chief wildlife wardens and the zoo directors across different states. All the honorable dignitaries, members of the Central Zoo Authority, chief wildlife warden, my fellow directors, officers from the ministry, from CZA and NZP. So firstly, I wish again all of you and my friend from CIA also, I include everybody who is representing the Central Zoo Authority, my seniors Amitabh Agnihotri sir, Ranjana madam, ma'am. So I welcome you all in this first celebration of the Foundation Day. So my job has been made a little bit easier by the MC, the way she opened up the deliberations today, and the Ritika. So she gave a context. So I'll be taking you all through a journey of zoos in India, when did they establish, and how it has been the evolution throughout this almost, you can say, almost 200 years. And then again coming to one very important issue related to the sustainability in the zoo, in the management, overall of management of the zoos, and relating it to sustainability and how can we link the zoo management to SDGs, so different 17 SDGs. So that is also one of the thing, and again aligning it with the WASA priorities. So protecting the planet, because WASA already has a strategy for sustainable development. So this is one of the image normally when we talk, and most of the foresters who have served in the field, so mostly we deal mostly with the conservation, in situ conservation, where we conserve or preserve the animals in the wild as such. So my first exposure of tiger was also in the wild only. And when I joined the CZ, then only I came to understand the nitty-gritties of the management of the animals in the captivity. If you see the captive management in the previous years, well, that was altogether different, and we have traveled a very long way where we care more for the animal welfare. So this is one of the image where the animals are free ranging and roaming free in the wild. Another is the mother with the cubs in the wild, in the captivity. So there is a lot of difference, but now we try to create sort of a natural habitat and mimic the nature as such in the captivity, whatever the best way it is possible. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. So this is just to compare, like how did it the animals in the captivity in earlier days there were menageries only. There were not as such zoo what we call in present day. So in the menageries there were only very small enclosures, just like cages, and in those cages the animals were kept just for the purpose of recreation or entertainment. But now the things have changed. I'll just take you to a video, the right side images of a tiger enclosure from the Loro Park in Tenerife in Spain. Next. You just click play, it will play. The video is, you can give it to me. So just to give an idea, like how do the modern enclosures, because I have a very good team of experts from GZRRC today, and they'll be talking much more about the modern zoo designing, the enrichment, species specific enrichments. So I'm not going into that much details, but here I just wanted to show like there should not be any sort of physical barrier between the visitor and the animal also should have a very naturalistic environment. Plus, they should also have some space in, they are in sort of any sort of stress, so they want to have some areas to withdraw themselves away from the visitors. So this was one very good sort of enclosure to me, so I just wanted to show this. So now coming to my topic, that is transition of zoos in India. So I'll just, in the initial slides, I'll just take you through the how and when the first zoo was established, and what are the sort of modern zoos since CZA came into existence. So I'm not taking you all through this past history because we have a limitation of time. Just I've got 20 minutes with me. So if we talk of menageries, they came up, the first records of existence goes back to almost 5,500 years back. So it was in 3,500 BC that was established in Egypt. And then after many European countries, they started to come up as late as in 1750 and so on. In the context of India, it also traveled to our country with the Britishers when they ruled here, and they tried to keep the animals as a sort of the people who were well off, who can afford to keep such animals in their collection, and this was a sort of taken as a symbol of valued gifts when there were exchange with the other dignitaries or the other monarchs or the other rulers. And similarly, this was followed by the princely estates also in our country. So if you see, the establishment of first menagerie in India was in 1803, quite long back, close to Kolkata in Barakpur. So that was established as part of the Indian Natural History Project, and that was established by the Britishers. And even in London also, the first sort of Zoological Society of London established in 1872, that menagerie that was more dedicated to the scientific and taxonomical studies. So in India also in 1803, the menagerie was established with a scientific purpose. Then 4 public zoos in 4 of that time the prominent places like Madras, Bombay, Calcutta and Nagpur, they were established. So all this was pre-independence. After that, many of the princely estates, they followed setting up the zoo, like you can see the Trivandrum, Junagadh, Jaipur, Hyderabad, Baroda, and many other princely estates, they also set up the zoo. So many of our older zoo and the large zoo were earlier set up by those princely estates. From 1936 and 1950 was a period when there was no zoo as such which was set up. And then 70 zoos were established from 1950 to 73. So National Zoological Park also came in existence in 1959 on 1st of November. So it was created with a very noble objective of having a collection of such animals which represent the different zoo geographical regions of India. So that way it was set up in 1959. The last row in this, it is not visible. So it shows that after a period of 1970, there was a sort of mushrooming of zoos in India. So there are many zoos which came up from 70 to 90, and around close to 300 zoos were set up. So this was many of the zoos were ill conceived, and they were not very good for keeping the animals. The enclosure was not of the proper size, and even the husbandry practices were not good. They did not have the proper human resources. Scientific management was missing from many of the zoo. So that time Indian Board of Wildlife has a zoo wing, so which was regulating the functioning of zoo in the country. So it was suggested to have an independent body to regulate the functioning of zoo, and that time the idea was the idea came up to have a zoo grants commission that will regulate the functioning of the zoo. Indian Board of Wildlife was assigned the responsibility to come up with a suggestion, and the task was recommended to set up the authority. And then in 1992, with an amendment to the 42nd Amendment to the Act, it came into existence. So in 1992, the Central Zoo Authority was created, and on this day only the notification was issued, so which we are celebrating the foundation day today. So when we see the overall changes in the sort of our approach or management of zoo, so in the earlier days when there were menageries only, so this was a sort of showcasing the dominance of keeping those large animals or predatory animals in the enclosure. So that way it was shown to have a sort of a dominance from our side. So that was the era when we had menageries, and now the modern zoos have shifted towards the stories of compassionate guardianship, where we take care for each and every animal. So the life and care of each and every animal is very, very important nowadays when we talk of animal welfare or keeping the animals in the zoo. Then again, issue is many animals that are captivating to visitors, they fare poorly in the conditions of captivity. Many of the visitors, they see when the elephants or the bear which are there in the stress swaying their heads, or some different stereotypic behaviors. So just because many people are not aware about these stereotypic behaviors, so they think that the animal is very, very happy and they're showing a sort of, that is an expression of happiness. But that is an expression of stress. So that is also that sort of understanding is missing with the normal people. So they take it as like, and they enjoy that, seeing that animal in that doing stereotypic behavior. Now the challenge with us is to create the naturalistic environment for the animal and mimic the natural behavior, so that the animals can feel that they are wild and free in the enclosures, but again at the same time having a sort of design which is very, very safe for the visitors, so that animals cannot escape outside, and they can be managed well in those enclosures. So we'll be having some good sessions from GZRRC today, which will be on contemporary zoo designing and all those issues. These are the different policy and regulations, so I'm not going into these details. So this is just a few images of the older enclosures which we had in our zoos, which were set up during the time of when we had the princely estates. So, and now some of the enclosures, the current, obviously I've taken a couple of from GZRRC also, but one is from the Patna Zoo and another is from the remote corner of our country from Sipahi Jhala. So these were some of the new enclosures which I found good to showcase here. Now again, the concept is to give more space to animal where can have a sort of more space to move around and have a naturalistic sort of environment for them. So now we encourage more to have larger safaris rather than restricting the animals in small enclosures. So many of the new safaris are coming up. So these two are from, one is from Devalia and another from Gorewada, where animals can be seen without any view of barrier, or where they can have larger space. And the present guidelines, like it says, for carnivores we have to a minimum of 20 hectares of area, and for herbivores 30 hectares. So that is quite a big area where the animals can have a sort of show their natural behavior and instinct, and can have more of a space and have a stress-free life. Again, example from some other safari. This is from San Diego. So here also you can see a large expanse of area where the animals have sufficient space and a very naturalistic environment. Now coming to animal welfare, so now we talk of 5-domain model, which is very, very important. And here there are 4 physical functional domains, and they ultimately lead to the most important one, the mental domain. So the 4 important domains are nutrition, and Dr. Petra is here. She would be talking about the nutrition, which is one of the very, very important component when we talk of the animal management and husbandry. Then coming to environment, our enrichment specialists are here to give the animals the sort of a naturalistic environment, so that animal can live in a sort of almost natural naturalistic settings with minimum of stress. Then health, it also very important thing. Again, we are having a session. Behavior, role of biologists becomes very important. So all these these four physical functional domains, they lead to the mental domain. So mental domain means that animal is healthy, animal is happy, not showing any stress. So these are the positive mental states, or the positive animal behaviors are more important. And these four, if you take care of these four physical functional domains, they ultimately lead to a very good mental state of the animal. So that is the ultimate objective of animal welfare. This one is from GZRRC, leopard enclosure, quite naturalistic this looks like, and has got sufficient space. So the animals which have been rescued from the wild for rehabilitation or for the long lifetime care, so they got quite a good space for them. A very good naturalistic enrichment has been done here. Again, the same we have in GZRRC also, the Zoo 360. So these are two examples from Philadelphia and San Diego, where the animal has can go to some higher elevation also, vantage points, and can have a larger exposure to the area and can have a broader look, and different cells or enclosures can be connected through this Zoo 360 sort of design in the zoo. Important principles for which we create the zoo and why do the zoos are required. So first one is the conservation, education, research, and recreation comes at the last. So conservation means that these are the places where we have a sort of a repository of all those endangered species. In certain numbers, we keep them in the captivity to have a reserve population in case there is an issue in the wild. So like one species, just to give an example, which GZRRC has also taken up for the conservation breeding, is a Spix macaw. So this is just to give one example. So if we do have a reserve population in the captivity, so that can be used to augment the population in the wild. Many species for doing research, like the study on pangolin, mostly done in India in the Nandankanan Zoological Park, because having the animals in captivity makes easier to do any sort of a study. And even for many of our projects, even related to One Health also, we are relying for the animals which are there in the captivity. So for any study related to transmission of zoonotic disease also, so the animals which are there and they have an interface with the human population, like the workers who are there in the zoo, the zookeepers, the veterinarians, so that also helps in the study. So these are the major concerns when we manage a zoo. So for the animal welfare, like we do have zoo, the rescue centers and the safaris now we are talking. So we are trying to have as more safaris as possible rather than having zoo where we keep the animals in a smaller enclosures. Now coming to the resource efficiency and sustainability, so now I'll be talking more about the SDG 17 and how can we link our zoo with these goals, and I'll try to have a strategy at CZA also linking sustainability to the zoo management. And again, every zoo can have their own strategy for linking their management with the SDG goals. This is a vision document of Indian Zoo that was done by the CZA and had a time period 2021 to 31. It is also based on the 10 pillars, which also focuses on conservation of the endangered species, then maximizing animal welfare based on the 5-domain model which I have already discussed, and then advanced management of rescued animals. That is also very, very important, because many times it happens animals recent life care, so they also need to have a sufficient space. Then cattle-based conservation action function as lifelong centers for learning. The people who come, so every year if you take the footfall to Indian zoos is close to 8.5 crores, 8.5 to 9 crores, so that is quite a good number. And these can become centers for many of our programs to generate awareness in the common people and especially in the children. Enhancing visitor experience, that is also one of the focus areas for us. Infrastructure upgradation, build financially sustainable business models. So today we'll be having one session by Surya also, how to link the CSR activities to the and how to use the funding available with the CSR. So that is also one of the major area, because many of our zoos face the issue of paucity of funds available with them. Then leverage technologies to expand outreach and impact and overall efficiency. So like I was just mentioning, so one of the species, Spix McCoy, is already GZRRC, and they have taken up this project of conservation breeding and then releasing it finally in the forest from where it got locally extinct in 2018 probably. So this is one of the species. Just to give another example of is one of the species, that is northern white rhino. So there are only two females are left, so that has also practically that has become extinct from the wild. But they have got the sort of genetic material available of this species in many of the zoos in the European countries and San Diego as well. And they are working to give birth to new babies through surrogacy. So that project is also on. So we need to have a facility of biobanking with us also. So this one lab was set up in CCMB Lacones, but this still we have not made much progress. So another biobank came up with the Darjeeling Zoo just 2 years back, and now we think that GZRRC can take up this as a regional center in a very big way, because they have got a very good collection of many native as well as exotic species. So that would be a very good place to have a biobank or a frozen zoo, just for all those endangered species which might be having a sort of threat of extinction. So like another example of using that genetic material available with the frozen zoo is the Przewalski horses. So this was cloned and they gave birth, and it was done in San Diego, by San Diego. So this is one horse named Ollie, based on given name on Oliver Ryder, who is the leading scientist doing great job in this field. So, another thing, Surya and we attended this Vaza conference, when that was a really very good concept we found was this living classroom sort of thing. So I also want in some of the zoo if they can take up. So this has got mostly in some of the zoo, like I was seeing in Gindi Park in Chennai, they have created a similar facility, but there are more models. They are not live classrooms as such. So they are the classrooms, but they have some models only. So here you can have a living classroom with the living animals inside, which are not harmful as such. So that can also be created in some of our zoo, representing different ecosystems. Now coming to SDG 17. So this was actually it came, the UN resolution was in 2015, and this was Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. So it is aimed at the peace and prosperity of all the people and the planet. And 17 goals were identified. I am not going into each and every goal with the paucity of a time, though I have a point to make on each of the goal. But starting with the first SDG goal, that is to no poverty. And the 17th is the collaboration and cooperation. So we all zoo can come up with a strategy, and we would also like to do a sort of a strategy at CZA level for our country to come up with SDGs aligned in the zoo management and in our strategy. So some of the zoo are already working towards this. So I'll run through all the SDGs, and we'll come to the last one. Just to name, like Banerghatta is doing good in solar powered. So probably Surya would also add to this, because they have become probably the first zoo, so which are totally meeting out their requirement of power through solar power generation. Probably that is of 1 megawatt. Then again, sustainable, self-sustainable zoo management through CSR funding. So here you are aligning yourself with two of the SDG goals, that is SDG 7 and SDG 17. Similarly, Mysore Zoo, they also have got a very good solar powered operation and waste segregation. So here again you are aligning with two of the SDGs. Arigna Ranna, Padmaja Naidu, National Zoological Park, just to name, these are just indicative. I don't mean to say that your different practices adopted by you, some of the best practices may be aligning with different SDGs. So here I've just given a sort of indicative list of SDGs, how you can align your management practices, or if you have not done, you can think of doing this to make your management green practice. So most of the activities try to become energy neutral or energy surplus, waste segregation should be there. So these are some of the areas we can think of working. GZRRC, again, they have also, I mean, I've mentioned 3 SDGs, but I'm sure that, pretty sure that out of 17, you must be aligned with most of them. This is a document from WASO also, Protecting Our Planet. So there is a sustainable strategy 2020 to 2030. We all know that we are far behind the targets of 2030, Agenda 2030. So we are in 26 doesn't mean that we cannot work. There is a long way to go. So we can still plan our strategies, we can still fix our targets, and we can still work towards achieving those goals. So I'll request all of you. So these are the 5 pillars of WASA sustainability, and again they all align with the all 17 SDGs. So this is all from my side. I'll close it here, but if you've got any question, you are welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. May I now request Deputy Inspector General, Central Zoo Authority, Mohammad Sajid Sultan ji, to please come on stage and give memento and plant to Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, sir. May I have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, sir. Our next session is on advances in modern zoo management, systems, standards, and future readiness. This session is being delivered by Dr. Brij Kishore Gupta and Mr. Tony Greenwood. Dr. Brij Kishore Gupta is currently the Visionary Director of Green Zoological Rescue and Rehabilitation Center in Jamnagar, Gujarat. With over 34 years of transformative work in ex situ and in situ wildlife conservation, Dr. Gupta epitomizes the fusion of scientific rigor, ethical stewardship, and innovative leadership. His journey from pioneering PhD work on sloth bear behavior and enrichment to shaping global zoo standards has redefined India's role in global biodiversity preservation. He has authored 6 books and over 100 peer-reviewed papers on ex situ conservation, animal behavior, and zoo management, and is a board member of Journal of the Department of National Zoological Garden, Sri Lanka. Tony Greenwood is an accomplished zoological leader with over 3 decades of international experience in zoo development, conservation, and community welfare. He has directed and modernized leading institutions such as Loro Park in Spain, Riyadh Zoo in Saudi Arabia, and Batu Secret Zoo in Indonesia. and provided consultancy for major projects like Wind Pearl Safari in Vietnam. Renowned for his expertise in biosecurity, primate welfare, and endangered species management, including koalas and Tasmanian devils. He has also led humanitarian initiatives in Vanuatu and Bali, integrating conservation with sustainable community development. May I now invite Dr. Brij Kishore Gupta and Mr. Tony Greenwood to jointly present their session.
Good morning to all of you, and first and foremost, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the Central Zoo Authority, Ministry of Environment and Forests for giving this opportunity to be here and invited us to deliver the kind of work which we were doing in Jamnagar in Gujarat. If you recollect, I am being the part of a CZ in the past. If you look at the history, in 2003, the CZ has brought rescue center in the definition of zoo, because there are a lot of number of applications were coming for recognition, and there were no rescue centers actually to keep the animals, as man-animal conflict is arising, and there was nobody to take care of the animals. Today, we have hundreds of requests coming from all over the country and outside the country also to receive those animals. So I'll just, because we have so many things to say, and we have divided this presentation in two parts. So I will just stick for 10 minutes and just go through quickly what we are doing, how, because primarily at our center, we are more focusing as a rescue center as presently, and which is not open to the public as per the government guidelines of the CZA. So I'll go through quickly. If you look at the vision of this, our center is more on the Seva, Dharma, and the Karma. That's actually belief of our boss. This project is led by, as you know, Sri Anant Abhay Ambani, who is the youngest son from the Mukesh Ambani, from the Reliance Industries. So that's his vision, and that we are following the same vision here. And if you look at the mission here, we have got a quite clear mission here. We are providing a healing home. We are doing whatever we want to do, innovations, nurturing innovations. And our main objective is also holistic animal welfare. And whatever we do that, we see that the animal welfare is our prime priority. And then the sustaining wildlife future, we have a number of projects going on the sustaining wildlife futures. So this facility was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister this last year on the 2nd March, though we started actually in 2019. So we are just 5 years old. And if you look at about the GZRRC, I'm not going in detail of these graphics. We are morely working on we have a great manpower, technical manpower. We look at how we evolve and care. And for us, every life is matters. That's what actually a logo actually, and then the slogan has given to us. And we also have a number of projects with a purpose, and nutrition is our main priority. We have a presentation by the Professor Petra Wolf on the nutrition, and then the people power, passion driven, and One Health also we have been following very sincerely, and we have been also declared as a regional referral center by the CZA under the One Health mission. This is just shows you our area, how we are just having a 1147 acres of area altogether. Some of these facilities you can see here, how they look like, the aerial views of various facilities, down from the cheetah to the herbivore, to the savanna, to the leopards, to the African elephant, and then rhinos. And we have got 1,265 species as on today, and we have 41,800 plus animals rescued from different part of the world. We have a manpower of now 3,500 plus, of which we have 84 veterinarians at present with us. We have 19 biologists, and we have more than 200 paravets, and then caregivers and all that, site management and all that. So we have 3,500 people working with us. We have a multi-specialty wildlife hospitals. Within the facility, we have divided this facility actually different locations. So we have one main hospital, as well as we have 22 different other hospitals and 17 clinics within actually GWRC. We have a specialized ICUs. That's what we realize actually, seeing that every animal which comes to the rescue center, they need a veterinary care, and they need immediate veterinary care, and we lack many times actually. So we established actually a reptile ICU, general ICU, private ICU, bird ICU. So we have a specialized people working for these ICUs and the specialized equipments we have. We also have a cutting edge technologies like MRI, CT, robotic arm, all kinds of technologies are available, and many of you have been already seen that and have witnessed our facilities also. We have a fleet of ambulances, because when we rescue animals, so we have customized these ambulances. If I have to rescue a leopard, if I have to rescue a herbivore, if I have to rescue an elephant, so they are customized depending on the animal's behavior and animal biological need. We also have a centralized veterinary pharmacy, because we feel that they have to provide sustained veterinary medicines, vaccines, and all tranquilizing drugs and all that. So we have a centralized pharmacy. We also have a centralized one wildlife research laboratory, where we have more than 50 people are working that. And these laboratory has all different kind of departments, from histopathology to genetics to the toxicology and all that. So we do in-house testing of all the feed given to our animals, in-house testing of the water is given to our animals, in-house testing of the fruits or whatever vegetables are given. They are being tested very much regularly to see that if they are not feeding any toxins. We also have one of the unique central sterile service department, where we able to sterilize, because this will give a self-sustaining actually, rather wasting equipment of one-time use. We sterilize. In fact, all the utensils with what we give the animal feed also, they have been sterilized on regular basis from the central sterile service department, and it works 24/7. And we have more than 14,000 medical equipment, and then feeding troughs and all that being daily disinfected and then given back to the sites. We have a centralized animal nutrition center, where we working with a highly qualified SAPs who's designing the diets. Every individual, on the biological score of the animal diet is being designed, and then we have a full team of 15 people of animal nutritionists, and Dr. Petra, Professor Petra Wolf is the heading of that division. She will be talking much about that. We have created an organic farm also, so we can give them a good vegetables, organic vegetables, as a nutrition to our animals, as well as to the enrichment. And we have a robust biosecurity framework at Vantara, wherever you go. We have a centralized security system. More than 40,000 cameras have been planted all over the places, which takes 24/7 security surveillance, either in the animal houses or in the paddocks or in the service areas. So wherever it is working very well. We have also created a Vantara app actually. We thought of giving a demo maybe sometime later, which actually keeps all the data is similar like what we have a Zoos 360. Gyms has provided that actually. So we have an app created only for that, and we keep all our data in that. If you look at it, also does the activity analysis, behavior analysis. You can keep animal inventory, animal husbandry, all enrichment, whatever you're giving, and this is working on mobile also. So any keeper or supervisors, it operates it and it updates it, and the message goes all around all the site people and all the curators. We have a tremendous enrichment going on across all the sites, and there are hundreds of examples which we have been doing. I don't want to go in detail that our biologist team and then veterinary team looking after all these enrichment and aspects. We have our global operations now. We have rescued animals now as on today from more than 42 countries and then from 17 Indian states. We have one of the largest animal quarantine center, and in fact this is quarantine center also approved by the AQCS, Animal Quarantine Service of the Animal Husbandry Department, and we can house at a time more than 400 large cats. And these quarantine center has a climatically controlled outdoor and indoor areas, and so because we were rescuing large animals, and this quarantine center is being also offered to the other zoos also who would like to utilize it, and we do not charge any cost for these actually. We also have a conservation breeding program which we have submitted to Central Zoo Authority for 120 species, of which 43 species we have in principle approval because we have many threatened and rare species with us. As Shukla sir said that conservation genetics, of course we have a gene bank created now, we are working on it, and a lot of research going on over there. Other than that, we do a lot of habitat restoration work, we do a rewilding work, we have released spotted deer actually, and then in consultation with the forest department, actually strengthening the prey base in many parts of the Gujarat. We have also helped the ACTP in releasing and transporting the Spix macaw from Germany to the Caatinga forest in Brazil, and I've been also part of that team also. And we do number of capacity building programs within our facility for caretaker. In fact, we have created academy in-house who does take care of all our capacity building. We do a training program for veterinarians in conservation medicine. We have a team which we depute every year for disaster management, wherever either is in Assam or in Gujarat or in Odisha. So we have a more than 200 members team who's always available only for disaster management. And we have a lot of international collaborators within us. There are few of them are listed here. So this is all what we have achieved is actually all in 5 years now. If you look at our journey from 2019 we started, and then 2020 the construction started. All construction happened during COVID, and then we got a recognition from CZA, and then we were again evaluated, inspected, and when we got again renewal of recognition. So this is in short 5 years what we have achieved, and with the blessings of the all Central Zoo Authority and the Forest Department of Gujarat, Ministry of Environment, Forest, and other departments, and our zoo colleagues, and all our senior zoo personals whose help has been actually very much in this project. Our future plan is that if you look at we are looking at the global zoological partnership from across the world. We are also doing continuing international wildlife rescue work. The one thing which I want to say that we are coming up with the Wildlife Veterinary and Conservation University soon. This was inaugurated actually also by Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi. So we will be soon having this university coming up with for veterinarians actually as a graduate, as the post-PG level courses. We do a lot of conservation education programs, and we are coming with the international digital conservation platform actually, which soon will be launching, where all the vets and all people can can join. Thank you. I will now invite Tony Greenwood, our curator.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. How do we play with this one? Good morning all, and thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Okay, well, I'm Tony Greenwood. I've been playing around with zoos for 30, 40 odd years. I was actually born into zoos. I was actually born at the Auckland Zoo, so more like an animal. Look, I came with a whole slide of things and many things to talk about, but I see we're running out of time, so perhaps I just talk to you a little bit about Vantara and a little bit about how we built cages and how we built habitats for damaged goods. And when I mean damaged goods, I'm talking about the animals that are coming from other rescue centres, coming from circuses, or coming from other places where these animals have been heavily abused. When we were building the Vantara Stage 1 at R&R, we were planning for 127 big cats, and in our mind we had to think, okay, there's not going to be visitors coming here, but there's going to be animals that are inside, and then we need to make a home for these animals, and a home that's safe for these animals. So very quickly we learned by getting inside these habitats and building them out as native as we could and as naturally as we could for, let's say, a lion or a tiger, and putting ponds in there for a tiger and generating such a habitat that would be natural for these animals to live. We soon learned that these animals would be a much happier place for them, instead of having a place that would be like a zoo. And in the old times that we had zoos where people would be coming and looking and staring at the animals, and the animals would have to always be on show. So we therefore thought, okay, we'll keep all the back doors open, we'll keep the front areas open, and these animals can come and go as they please at their whim. So that's kind of where the shift is for Vantara, and for what we've tried to achieve, is opening up the areas and opening the spaces and having a natural habitat for these animals where they feel at home and they don't feel like they're getting pried upon by all our guests or people that might come by to visit at various times. The old traditional zoo styles that we had in the old days have gone by the by. People coming and looking through bars, people coming to touch the animals, people coming to feed the animals. Those days have gone. Those days are absolute history. And when you have visitors or people coming into zoos these days, they're a lot more educated, and they certainly have a computer, or they have even the now new micro glasses, which can give them a lot of information about these animals and how they really should be looked after. Defining captivity and wildlife context, you know, a lot of these animals, we want them to have room where they can just run away and go and hide. It doesn't matter if the guest or a VIP comes and sees an animal or not. At least these animals can get away from the people. But the main thing is, if a person's also looking inside that habitat is looking like a natural habitat, and people can use their imagination to how that animal might live, and just feel happy and free that that animal is actually moving around there at his whim. He's not being restricted or called and locked up to the front area to be fed or to be looked or poked or probed by the people. One thing was invisible architecture. I saw Sir here put about Laurel Park with the white tigers. Actually, we designed that area for the white tigers so that people could look down upon these tigers and have a natural habitat, as what we've done at Vantara for all of these areas with cow style and the stainless steel wire. We try to have it that these animals can feel not incarcerated, but within their natural habitat, and not again be teased or bullied or interfered with by the people. As well as another point is the animals above, predators and other things that fly in the sky that come and tease some of these little monkeys and things. So when we're building these things, yes, invisible wire, but make sure we have canopies on the top or trees growing so we can add protection for these animals. A choice for animals to not be seen. Many times people will come to a zoo and they get disappointed because they cannot see animals. Or in our chance at Vantara, people come and they don't see something. Well, my very question there for them is, why do you want to come and see something that's been rescued and feels very sad at looking at people anyway? So, you know, you look at a distance and I can imagine and just be very happy that this animal's living a happy life within his containment. So just be happy for that animal, that he's not sitting there at your whim wanting to look at him. One very big point for us is the technology of AI. Now we have AI cameras and we can now visualize and look at these animals 24/7, not studying them with the keeper there looking and watching and blowing his nose or on his telephone, but no, we have cameras and things that there can absolutely study these animals, how they move, why they move, perhaps what pests or predators might come during the night, what things go on during the night, what really goes on with that animal when none of us are around, when the lights are out. But we have an infrared camera that's watching these animals, giving us sensory, and also gives us a very good opportunity, which Petra will talk about what these animals are eating and how they're eating. And that gives us a really good indication about how to look after these animals a lot better. Rethinking the human-animal relationship. I mean, you know, once again, it's all about when we're building our habitats, is again, zoos are gone. I mean, the day of having a zoo locked up in a cage is finished. We're all moving to this safari world, or building an acre lot or 2 or 3 acres or hectares where an animal can look very, very natural and live beautifully and coexist with other animals in there as well, without being poked and prodded or having keepers there or people looking and disturbing these animals. Conservation obviously is a very big part of us. We've ended up with a lot of rescue animals, and for us a lot of our animals cannot be returned back to the wild, but we certainly do have the DNA from a lot of these animals that can be very, very valuable for conservation. Okay, I have 1 minute left, so I've just run through here. Education and behavioural literacy. So a lot of our enrichment and things that we're doing, we use a lot of enrichment, trying to understand how these animals live and how we can better their lives for these animals. We try to be very, very transparent with everybody, telling people exactly what's happened at the zoo. If something's happened, if something's died, if something's born, we tell exactly the story, exactly how it is. There's no cover-up, there's no monkeying around, no nonsense, we just tell the truth. Redefining the success of a zoo for me and for us at Ventara is having a wild habitat where an animal is walking around very naturally and not in a stereotypic behaviour. Again, we're running out of time, so thank you very much, and have a good day. Thank you.
So if there are any questions, or we can have it in the end, maybe. Any questions are there, then we can answer now. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, thank you.
Once again, I would like to give a warm welcome to everyone gathered here. I am Pridashni Vijay Kumar, Policy Assistant from Central Zoo Authority. Would like to take the stage upon to thank Dr. Brij Gupta and Mr. Tony Greenwood for sharing those valuable insights on advances in modern zoo management. And I would like to call our senior consultant from Central Zoo Authority, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Sukla, for giving memento to Dr. Brij Gupta and Mr. Tony Greenwood. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving forward with our next presenter, Dr. Sindhura Ganapati, who works as a visiting Principal Scientific Advisor Fellow in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. He has also been closely associated with the formulation of national level programs such as National One Health. He has been involved in designing the end-to-end digital architecture for the management of national level livestock sector and wildlife health management system, in addition to the work of on-streaming Indians regulatory processes. I would like to call upon him on stage to give his presentation on addressing the needs of wildlife health through One Health approach.
Good morning. Very nice to see Dr. Shukla, with whom we have worked very closely for a long period setting up some of these initiatives, and now with Dr. Ben and many colleagues who are now happy to call them as good friends. I've been working with this sector for the last 5 years in my role as PSA Fellow in the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, and I've spoken to many of you in the previous sessions where some of these topics were presented, so I don't want to repeat those. But there are new faces, so I'll just, so that you are able to follow what I'm saying, I'll say a few words. But mostly I want to try to address some of the issues that we can solve, because at the heart I like problem solving, and it is very depressing if I keep coming and talking about the same thing and between two meetings no progress has happened. That is not how I believe any of us would like to spend our time. And with that in mind, just a brief word about this National One Health mission. This was cabinet approved, bringing multiple departments, ministries, them together for solving issues that intersect across human health, animal health, wildlife, and beyond. And we started 4 years ago when there were only 2-3 departments that were brought together, and now 17 departments are officially part of it. There was a national conclave, which you probably saw it in the social media. And Ministry of Environment Forest has been a core member of this from very beginning. At least I have ensured that the colleagues from MOFCC writ large are part of it in shaping it, not just as participants. And now there is a defined governance system as well at the highest level, and of which Secretary MOFCC is part of it. State governments are involved in it, and many activities have happened. But I would like to spend time talking about what is in it for this sector, those of you who are sitting here, because most often these initiatives are defined with human health in mind and to some degree animal husbandry in mind, and there is hardly any discussion in terms of how does it help wildlife sector. So I was very glad to see Dr. Gupta, your presentation. I visited Vantara as well, wonderful settings. So these are some of the opportunities to see what good work is happening across, and that is what I spent time thinking about, linking these facilities to where the need is. Just one more word in this governance committee, because it's useful to know what is happening, especially for people who are in the leadership. These committees are set at the highest level in the government and tracked at the highest level as well. And there are specific independent advisory committees on how to handle surveillance, how to handle development of tools, whether it is vaccines or other things we need for future diseases, how to integrate data, how to build a laboratory network. But most of this action now is addressing the diseases of human health side or the animal husbandry side. I think this is an opportunity to reflect how we can bring in the diseases of wildlife concern, because if you go and I mostly spend time in these intersectoral side, you don't hear any mention of canine distemper, because that is not a primary issue for human health. It is not even a big issue for animal husbandry, although if you are a veterinarian treating dogs, you may think about it. This is an example of how, if you are not at the table shaping these initiatives, these things will go forward, leaving the sector behind. And therefore, I thought I will just mention one of the specific activity that has taken shape. For example, if you want to study certain pathogens or do disease surveillance, you will need higher laboratory level systems, biosecurity level 3, 4. Now, we had an issue of some sectors having more, some departments not having enough. So wildlife having none of its own laboratory systems of this level. As a country, it does not matter whether it is ICMR or Department of Biotechnology who runs this. It is a national resource. So with that in mind, a national network was created. So now there are these are just specific examples, there are about 24 labs now that are supposed to be national networks. It does not matter which department runs it, they are supposed to cater to the needs by official proclamation and all the things that back it up, with resources to handle also. So any wildlife diseases or any needs that each of you, whether zoo or national parks, you are supposed to have access to this. And this exists, but it is not yet being utilized because many people don't know that this exists. So therefore it is worthwhile just having a follow-up to look at where you may be closer to these labs, and whenever you need some diseases, for example anthrax outbreak, you need an access to this, how you can use this. And it should not cost you for doing that, because they are funded through the National One Health Mission. And it's not just high level laboratories, because most of the needs you may have are basic lab needs, or histopathology or basic biochemistry. So now the next step is to map these BSL 3 or high level labs also with lower level category labs, BSL 2 or BSL 1, and there are many across India, and those are also meant to be accessible to all the sectors, human, animal or wildlife. So this is a good resource that would be worthwhile being used by whether it is a zoo or a tiger reserve or any of those. And mostly we think about it from a One Health, from a disease standpoint, but that's just one angle. Many of the needs that you have, as I speak with many of you, are not just diseases, they are extending beyond specific infectious diseases. Therefore, this has been in the making. I have been involved in helping with whatever I can, but it was an initiative from Central Zoo Authority. Now, there is a center and there are many regional centers identified. So, progress ironically has happened in identifying some of the regional centers, which is a good thing. So, Vantara is recognized as one of the regional centers, so are few others. So, I was just speaking to Dr. Ben, it would be good to actually call them together and what activities can be taken up, now that many have been already defined and some resources have been given, because regional centers are what actually will be taking the activities forward. When it comes to the central headquarters, which is supposed to be coming up in Junagadh, it would be good to see how, at least in the interim, some interim director or leadership takes charge of that, because we had discussed even before Dr. Shukla, Dr. Yadav, who initiated it. So without that leadership, it would be very difficult to take these activities forward. Another related area, we worked on wildlife policy. So the draft document is ready and sitting with CZA, so ministry. So it would be good to see how that could be put out. Without a policy, it is difficult to actually take up next steps. Another area that is worth thinking about, even in the diseases, we want to be prepared, but it is very difficult to prepare if you don't know what are the gaps. So what has happened is, for example, a mock drill where an outbreak is simulated and all the activities that are supposed to happen, led by human health sector. And it led to very interesting discussions on what are the gaps, what should be done at the highest level, where there is resource constraint, how could that be addressed. And another mock drill is being planned, led by Animal Husbandry Department. It is probably time to think of one led by wildlife sector, which is of wildlife concern. If there was a botulism toxin contamination, that is not going to be addressed or even considered in a concept of human health side, because that is not the highest priority. So therefore, it is important for wildlife sector to take these advantage of this, because highest levels at the government, including National Security Council Secretariat, is helping with these kind of approaches, because bioterrorism is an issue. So I will stop with this. One of the challenges that I see is, for example, approval process. People from other departments complain of approval they need from wildlife, but people from within, whenever I meet many of the colleagues, also complain. So only as last month, at once I was trying to help facilitate importing of a vaccine for immunocontraceptive for control of fertility in leopards in Maharashtra. They were trying to, because overpopulation is an issue and increasing conflict is an issue. But they needed approval from CDSCO, from Human Health Ministry, where I work with them. So I was helping. And on the other hand, for the same ministry, they wanted to test vaccine on a captured macaque, because that's the only species that can be used for Cassner forest disease. And that project has been stuck because they were running around figuring out how to get the approval from wildlife side. So I was reaching out to Dr. Ben, hey, can you do something here? So this is the status. I was speaking with some of your colleagues. That is our biggest issue, simplifying approval process. That is within our control. We don't have to complain about so many things can be handled if we just focus on a few critical issues that is blocking progress across the board. That's one. Second is, we had discussed, Honorable Minister was very keen on it, how some of the key products for this sector, whether it is vaccine for canine distemper or key tranquilizers or diagnostics, identify them. How can we bring industry to actually help produce them or subsidize? So that is stuck. And finally, there is funding available from National One Health Mission. People are approaching with projects, and good amount of funding is being dispersed, but almost no applications come to them from wildlife sector. So it would be good to see how you can tap into what resources exist for whether it is for any of these or priorities that are of your interest. With this, I would like to just end saying, hopefully next time we meet, I would like to see some progress that has happened in any of the issues we discussed, so that we don't have to keep pointing to the same issue, maybe a little bit more progress on each of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the amazing section. I would like to call Dr. Ranjana Gupta ma'am for give memento for Dr. Sindhura Ganapati for his presentation. Would like to give great round of applause. Now moving forward to our next presenter, Mr. Baiju Raj, who works as the Director Conservation Project for Wildlife SOS, and his areas of focus includes coordination and management of all aspects of rescue, rehabilitation and welfare of animals. May I now invite Mr. Baiju Raj to grace the stage and enlighten us with his presentation on rescue and rehabilitation welfare practices through enrichments and positive reinforcement.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. Before going to my presentation, I would give my sincere thanks to Sanjay Shukla sir and Member Secretary CZA, and also very grateful from Wildlife SOS side for giving us a chance to showcase our work, because we are working from last 30 years in the field of wildlife welfare and conservation in the country. And there is a small presentation which we are going to deliver today here, and this is only the best practices what we are doing in our center, and it is nothing to give educational, or it's only sharing our knowledge what we have learned from many years working with these animals. So first of all, I would like to thank all these forest departments, because we work in many states for the welfare and conservation of animals throughout the country. We have 7 centers with different state forest department and several projects going on. So this is a journey of 30 years with different forest departments in the country. We have moon bear, black bear and brown bear projects in Kashmir. We have sloth bear projects in 4 different states, that is Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal and Karnataka. We also have 2 elephant rescue centers which we run in the country, which is in Haryana Forest Department and Uttar Pradesh Forest Department. We also have a radio collar project going on in Chhattisgarh. We are just going to work with Maharashtra Forest Department. We also run a leopard rescue center in Manikdo, Maharashtra, and we have several projects going on with other forest departments for human wildlife conflict mitigations, like we work with Gujarat Forest Department in Vadodara for mostly on reptiles. We work in Jammu Kashmir again for reptiles and other animals, and Uttar Pradesh also we work for many animals. So we'll just, I had incorporated some of the enrichments and slides into the presentation because we have a constraint of time limit. So that's why all the slides will have a small video going on in between. So when we talk about animal welfare, we all know, I don't want to go into detail because everybody is talking today about animal welfare. Sanjay Shukla sir also had mentioned about the welfare and what is the importance of welfare in the zoo. So we know about Brambles' first report. This report was the initial report of Roger Bramble, who was a zoologist who had studied farm animals and then came to a concept of 5 freedom, which we all practice in all the rescue centers and zoo across the world. We have freedom from hunger, freedom from discomfort, freedom from pain, injury or disease, freedom to express normal behavior, and freedom from fear and distress. And you all know that physical health is addressed by the first 4. If you look at first 4, that is physical address, and the last one, freedom from fear, and this is mainly because of psychological effect. To achieve our goals, so to achieve our goals, what we need to do? So every as a director or as a zoo biologist or a veterinarian, we should all look out into these matters. Animal in captivity, West Wild, we have to study. We have to compare this, their behavior, correlation of the work, to deal with and educate about the visitors. All these areas we need to focus to achieve this a good welfare in a closed setup. And when we talk about enrichments, you all know why do we do enrichments? So what enrichments goes is, the animals are dependent on us. All the captive animals which are in the zoo or rescue centers are dependent. They cannot express a normal behavior if you don't provide them a proper enrichment in the zoo setup or in a good setup. So when we talk about a good enrichment, it will increase the empathy of the animal. It will have a social behavior. It will have normal behavior. It will also form a group, a stress-free environment. These all can be developed from a good enrichment. So, role of enrichment also enhances natural behaviors, social interaction, and reduce abnormal behavior. You can see this, even though we consider sloth bears are as solitary animals, we can only see a sloth bear with mother and cubs in the wild. But when it is a closed setup, you cannot build hundreds of enclosures for hundreds of bears. So once, to make a social group or form a social group, it is important to give them a good environment to make or form a social group within the enclosures. That is what we do in our setup. So when we talk about enrichment, we have some classification of enrichments. You all know, you are all dealing with all these things. So I just want to show some of the slides what we are practicing. We have sensory, feeding enrichment, manipulative toys. We have environmental, social setup, and training. So one by one we'll talk. I'll be talking a little faster. This is one of the new toy which we have developed. You can see there is a multifaceted enrichment. It will be filled with peanuts, groundnuts, sometimes honey. So this is when we call about sensory, we have some blind bears we have. So we need olfactory and enrichments. We do practice a lot of olfactory enrichments in our setup. We have, these are all blind bears we have. So this is what sensory for us we work for. And then we have feeding enrichments. We all know, as you all know, enrichments, we don't give it as a food. We need to give it as a try, or they have to little work on the enrichment. Otherwise, it will be like a food giving in a plate. So this manipulative toys, some of the things we are importing from different countries because we do not get these kind of hard toys here. This is environmental enrichment. As you all know, we all have this practice. Like in a drawing room, we change our setup to look to have a new look in our drawing room. So that is what we practice. We change with the same material. We manipulate the enrichments here and there in the same enclosure. Apart from this, we are blessed to have inside a sanctuary, so we have a lot of trees and within the enclosures. So making enrichments is so a little bit easy for us compared to any other barren land. So this is for social, as I mentioned, because we cannot keep making enclosures if we get more and more bears, or we had more bears. So we have 100 plus bears, around 100 bears. So we have to make them into social group. So for that we make we have different sections to train them, to make them understand each other, and whichever social group goes well, whichever have a good compatibility, we put them together. These are some of the enrichments which we practice every day in our centers. So that's what, it's all different and new videos. And we also have 3 different managements. We have summer management, monsoon management, and winter management. Accordingly, we change our enrichment and the feeding enrichments as well. So then coming to positive reinforcement. Why positive reinforcement is important to a captive facility or a zoo or a rescue center? It can build a very good bridge between the keeper. It will be a bridge between the keeper and the animal, and it's a very good bond. We don't have to worry about the keeper getting mauled or injured. We don't have to worry about animals getting scared of veterinarians. These are the practices we follow in our centers throughout the country. So this is an initial setup or initial try a keeper is going through. He just want to build a bond between the animal. So this is some of the blood draw. We 100 bears. We have all the bears. We don't put in the squeeze gauge at all. We draw blood. Any disease screening need to be done. Blood analysis we do only through positive reinforcement. This is Dr. Ilayaraja, my colleague, who is also in part of this presentation. So this is all voluntarily blood draw. We can do in any captive animals. It is very easy to do this setup. This is from jugular vein. This is also positive reinforcement. One of our vet is doing the blood draw from jugular vein. And again from hind leg. So this videos I'm quite, because of time constraint, we are just moving it faster because I have some more slides to talk about. You can see that bear is completely involved in the food which we are providing there. It's just a conditioning of the animal. So it is very easy to do without any stress. We can collect the blood, draw the blood, This is again the same setup, the blood draw and the nail trimming. And we have achieved now to give vaccination or yearly vaccination or any sort of medication. Even IM we can do with the positive conditioning. You can see 2 of our vets are giving IM to the bear. And even the bear is stable there. So this is what we had achieved in many years of our work with the operant conditioning. And the later, the last achievement which we had done is ultrasound. The bear will lie down for the ultrasound as well. So it is one of the greatest achievement. We had recently done this, and we had even published this paper because we can do an ultrasound also with operant conditioning of the bear. So this is the best practices what we just practice in our center. And apart from that, with the biggest center we have, we do a lot of outreach programs like assisting forest department in rescue and rehabilitation of the bears. Only the bears which we house are handicapped bears which cannot go back to the wild or which have to be snare, paw, missing paw or accidents. These bears are only housed, the Kalandar bears are housed in our centers, and rest any wild animal come to our center, we try to release them as soon as possible to their natural habitat. So these are from different parts. The first one is from Madhya Pradesh, second one is also from Madhya Pradesh, the second middle one is from Uttar Pradesh. We had radio collared one bear and released the back. And the last one is from Karnataka. So whichever bear which comes into conflict, Wildlife SOS have a complete rapid action team which goes, which rescues and then release then and there only. So this is what some of our release operations, whichever happens in the wild, we don't bring to the centers. And we help different forest department in different areas. As I mentioned, we work with 11 to 12 states with different forest departments, set up the system there, transit centers there. We rescue the animals and release there. That is what our main focus of that. To solve a problem, we work in that area. That is what our main focus now as. These are some of the release which we wanted to show you. These are barrel traps. This is also designed by Wildlife SOS. Using this trap, we can even trap the bears in the wild. For radio collaring also we are doing. We had done a study on brown bears and black bears in Jammu and Kashmir. And this is the contribution. We do a lot of studies. We have a lot of publications. We have 5 volumes of compendiums only on veterinary and biology research going on, scientific research. We do a lot of denning studies. We do attack behavior studies, ecological studies, natal care, and habitat study using drones are still waiting, as sir mentioned. Sometimes permission get delays. Some permissions we get through very fast and some get little delay. So we are waiting for that permission as well. This is the radio collar project going on in Kashmir for brown bears and black bears. And these are the recent publications which we contribute towards the scientific communities. And that's all. We, apart from that, we also do a lot of work on elephants and leopards for positive reinforcement, target training, and I also welcome all the participants here and the directors here. Whenever you have time, you should visit our center in Mathura, which is also recognized by Central Zoo Authority, the rescue center, Elephant Rescue Center. So you can see the practices, good practices we are doing there as well. We have a chain-free center. We have around 35 elephants in Mathura and 5 elephants in Haryana. Coming to my summary, and thank you for all. So enrichment and positive reinforcement go hands in hands for our center. If you have any questions, please feel. Thank you. No questions.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Bejuraj? Come on, everybody. Thank you so much, sir, for this lovely presentation. And to honor him, may I please request Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla to come forward and join us here onto this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everybody, let's have some more energetic applause into this room. Let's join our hands together. Come on, everybody. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so very much. We are glad that you're here with us to make this event super special. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I, Vishali Jaiswal, welcomes you all. I welcome you all to Foundation Day of Central Zoo Authority and Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Directors Conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a beautiful, beautiful day ahead. Yes, it's time we dive deeper into our promising agenda. But before that, I would like to take a moment and thank each one of you. Thank you so very much, everybody, for being here and taking out some time from your heavily packed schedule and marking this lovely day with your beautiful and glorious presence. To say that we are thrilled to see you is an absolute understatement. And ladies and gentlemen, I know that everybody here in this room is excited for the inaugural session, for the inaugural part. I am equally excited. So few more minutes and thereafter we would be starting off with the inaugural session. Thank you so very much, everybody. So we have this lovely gathering here. Once again, I welcome you all and we would like to thank each one of you for your beautiful presence, for your wonderful time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed 4 sessions so far, right? 4 sessions so far. Firstly, we had Dr. Sanjay Shukla. Thereafter, we invited Dr. Brij Kishore and Mr. Tony Greenwood, followed by Dr. Sindhura Ganapati, and thereafter Mr. Bejuraj MV. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that there are a lot of takeaways for you all. Anybody from the audience would like to say something, would like to, tell us that what is your takeaway from all the sessions so far? Anybody? We would love to hear from you all. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, have you attended all the sessions?
Yes, ma'am. I have gone through all the sessions too.
Okay, and sir, we would like to know your name. Can we have your name, please?
Myself is Neeraj Kumar Sharma. I am director in Dehradun Zoo from Uttarakhand.
Dr. Neeraj, welcome. Sir, you told us that you have already attended all the sessions. Would you like to tell us that what is your takeaway from this event?
So many things I have listened. So we are getting the knowledge about these things, how to take care of these animals and how to do the zoo management, then veterinary, then all these things which we utilize in our zoo also in the management of our zoo. So I think this is very much beneficial to all of us and we will be rich. We will make ourselves rich by this knowledge and we will do it in our practical use in the future course.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inputs. Thank you so very much. Anybody else from the audience? Would you like to say something, sir? Sir, firstly, we would like to know your name.
I'm Ilayaraja Selvaraj from Wildlife Association.
Welcome, sir. Sir, please tell us what you want to say.
Yeah, the past 2 sessions went well. From that, I would like to request everybody to implement the enrichment as well as positive reinforcement training for all the possible animals in our care. Because making them in a quiz cage is causing a lot of stress for them and they're giving bitter experience to that animal. So is there better way? Then why should we go the same way of putting skews inside? So we have to come out from the box. We have to think about a little bit. little laborious process, but once you achieve, then after that it is a lifelong easy for us also and animal also. When the animal is in extremely sick, so this kind of activity will help us to do the frequent examinations and interventions without making more anesthetic drugs. So that is my humble submission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, thank you for your lovely inputs. Anybody else? Would you like to add something? What is your takeaway so far from all these sessions? Firstly, we would love to, please come and join me here. Thank you. Welcome. What's your name?
Tony Greenwood.
Okay, yeah, Tony sir. Tony sir, anything else would you like to tell to this lovely audience we have here in this event? Any more inputs would you like to add on this day?
I think as wildlife people and rescue people and zoological people, we've been very frustrated for many years trying to build zoos and do things properly and get the outside people understanding exactly what a zoo is about, what animals are about, and what we're trying to achieve. Most people think that it's all about spectacle and about entertainment and about having animals there for people to be entertained, but actually, as zoologists on the other side, we're there looking after these animals, trying to breed these animals, trying to keep these animals alive, trying to give them the best nutrition, best medical, and trying to sort of predict before anything happens to them. So prevention, prevention, prevention. So again, when you have customers in the zoo, they don't understand really what goes on in zoos, and I think that's something that really needs to come through to people in the zoo. What the hell are we trying to achieve, and what are we trying to do? Don't come for a spectacle. Don't come to be looking at a dancing bear. Come to have a look at the real science and come to have a look what zoos are really about these days, because the days of zoos with dancing bears and poking at tigers is all gone.
So true, so true. Empathy is powerful. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, rightly said that we shouldn't be coming to zoo for entertainment, but to understand empathy. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope that everybody here is having a great time. And please be informed, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a portable restroom at the exit gate just next to the registration counter. So I hope that everybody find it comfortable. Thank you so very much for your cooperation. Everyone, please, you keep having a good time. I'll be back in a while. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I can totally understand that we people are absolutely excited. So am I. So we are waiting for the delegates to arrive. We are waiting for our dignitaries to come and join us for this event. So little more wait, and thank you so very much again for your cooperation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that great things in life takes time. So, little more waiting, and thereafter we would be welcoming all the dignitaries and everybody here. And we would be kicking start the inaugural session, the inaugural part, for which we all are equally excited. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Vishali Jaiswal, once again welcome you all to this lovely and beautiful day that brings together so many nice people like you all. And today we all have gathered here to celebrate the Foundation Day of Central Zoo Authority and the Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Directors Conference here at National Zoological Park, New Delhi. So a few more minutes, and thereafter we would be starting off with the inaugural session. Thank you so very much again for your cooperation, everybody. So ladies and gentlemen, it is our great honor, it is our, it's a great day that brings together so many nice people like you all, and we would like to again thank you everybody for your precious time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we had a session by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla around transition of zoos in India, followed by another session by Dr. Brij Gupta and Mr. Tony Greenwood around advances in modern zoo management, system standards and future readiness. Thereafter, we had another insightful session by Dr. Sindhura Ganapathy, who addressed the needs of wildlife health through One Health approach, followed by another session by Mr. Bejuraj MV on rescue and rehabilitation welfare practices through enrichments and positive reinforcement. So ladies and gentlemen, I think that these sessions were equally insightful for you all. But in case you have any question in your mind, in any doubt in your mind, you can please go to XC2 Conservation. We have already paneled all these people on our platform XC2 Conservation, and you might ask any question you have in your heart or in your mind. Thank you so very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would be starting off with the inaugural session in a while, requesting some more minutes, some more cooperation from you all. Thank you so much. सो देवी और सज्जनों, आशा करती हूँ कि आप सभी आज के इस प्रोग्राम का पूरा जायजा उठा रहे हैं. वेल फ्रेंड्स, वंस अगेन we would like to extend a very cheerful and a very hospitable welcome to all. Since our dignitaries are on their way, वो यहाँ पर आने ही वाले हैं कुछ ही मिनटों में. How about we utilize this time and introduce ourselves, right? So मैं चाहती हूँ आप सभी अपना एक ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन हम सभी लोगों को दे. इससे हम इस समय को अच्छे से यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं, और जब यहाँ पर सारे डिग्निटरीज आ जाएंगे तो हम इनॉग्रल सेशन शुरू कर देंगे. तो शुरुआत. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we would be doing the introduction session after a while, because I got the update. All the dignitaries are already here. They have reached and they are about to enter into this room. So yes, everybody, please be ready to welcome them all, and it's going to be an exciting day for all of us. Well, एक बार फिर से मैं आज की मंच संचालिका वैशाली जायसवाल आप सभी दोस्तों का यहाँ पर स्वागत करते हैं. आप सभी देवी और सज्जनों का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करते हैं, और हम यहाँ पर शुक्रिया अदा कहना चाहेंगे आप सभी का कि आपने अपना कीमती समय निकाला और आज के इस प्रोग्राम को खास बनाने के लिए अपनी उपस्थिति दी है. देवी और सज्जनों, जी हाँ, हमारे सारे डिग्निटरीज बस कुछ ही मिनटों में यहाँ पर हमारे बीच शरीक होने वाले हैं, उपस्थित होने वाले हैं. आशा करती हूँ कि आप लोग यूं ही हमारे साथ बने रहें. धन्यवाद. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause to welcome all the dignitaries we have here with us. Big round of applause. Come on, everybody. नमस्कार, वेलकम। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ। एक बार फिर से पुनः स्वागत है फाउंडेशन डे ऑफ सेंट्रल जू अथॉरिटी एंड चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन एंड जू डायरेक्टर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस हियर एट नेशनल जूलॉजिकल पार्क, न्यू दिल्ली। सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जी हाँ, हमारे डिग्निटरीज आ चुके हैं जिन व्यक्तित्व का हम इतनी देर से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, वो यहाँ पर हमारे बीच आ चुके हैं, तो इनका एक खास स्वागत बनता है। तो सबसे पहले यहाँ पर हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, श्री कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी। मैं चाहती हूँ जोरदार तालियों के साथ इनका अभिनंदन हो, और मैं गुजारिश करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर क्लेमेंट वी बेन से कि वो मंच पर सबसे पहले स्वागत करें श्री कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी का। Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you so very much. Next, I would request Dr. Clement to welcome respected Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Shri Sushil Kumar Avasthi ji. आपका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है, sir. Now I would request Dr. Clement to welcome Honorable ADGF Wildlife, Ministry of Environment, Shri Ramesh Kumar Pandey ji. Can we have a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Shri Ramesh Kumar Pandey. Thank you so much, sir, for your lovely presence. Nextly, I would like to request Dr. Clement to welcome Dr. Sanjay Kumar, IG, National Tiger Conservation Authority. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Dr. Sanjay Kumar. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है आपका, sir. Now I would be requesting Dr. Clement V. Ben to come forward and welcome the Member Secretary, Central Zoo Authority, Dr. I'm so sorry. So yes, now it's time we welcome the doctor who has been welcoming all the dignitaries. Yes, now I would be requesting Dr. Sanjeet Kumar to come forward and welcome Dr. Clement V. Ben. So can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I would request you to take your seat. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I once again would like to extend a very warm welcome to everybody, to distinguished dignitaries on the dais, honorable ministers, Minister of State, senior officials, respected chief wildlife wardens, zoo directors, subject experts, delegates, all the colleagues from across the country. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a promising agenda. और इस एजेंडा में हम डाइव डीप करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले मैं यहाँ पर अगेन आप सभी को पुनः धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी। जी हाँ, थैंक यू सो वेरी मच एवरीबॉडी फॉर योर लवली टाइम। आप सभी ने अपना कीमती समय निकाला है और आप सभी यहाँ पर हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, उसके लिए हम आपके बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं। सो देवी और सज्जनों, अब समय आ गया है कि हम इस प्रोग्राम को आगे लेकर जाए, और हमारे साथ यहाँ पर आए हैं, हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं मंच पर मेंबर सेक्रेटरी सेंट्रल जू अथॉरिटी डॉक्टर वी क्लेमेंट बेन। सो मैं डॉक्टर क्लेमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, गुजारिश करूंगी कि वो सामने आए और यहाँ पर ये जो प्यारी सी गैदरिंग है इसे एड्रेस करें। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, हाउ अबाउट वी वेलकम हिम विद सम एनर्जेटिक अप्लॉज। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर डॉक्टर वी क्लेमेंट बेन। थैंक यू।
Modern zoo management is not about displaying wildlife, but about safeguarding life, science, and stewardship for generations to come. And the true measure of zoo management lies in the dignity, health, and natural behavior of the animals in our care. These are all the famous quotes of zoo management. And of late, Dr. Sindura is also very much here, and he spoke about the One Health paradigm.
So here also we are related, and sound zoo management recognize that animal welfare, human well-being and ecosystem health are inseparably linked. A very good morning to all of you present over here, and I respectfully extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of State, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, our Director General of Forests and Special Secretary, Government of India, our Additional DG Wildlife, Chief Wildlife Wardens of States and Union Territories, Zoo Directors, distinguished experts, and ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to welcome you all on the occasion of the Foundation Day of the Central Zoo Authority, being celebrated in conjunction with the Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Directors Conference here at the National Zoological Park, New Delhi. I am deeply honored by the gracious presence of the Honorable Minister of State, EFCC, Government of India, who have kindly spared his valuable time to be with us today. The Foundation Day holds special significance as the Central Zoo Authority completes 34 years of its existence since its establishment way back in 1992. Over the past 3.5 decades, the authority has played a pivotal role in guiding, regulating, and strengthening zoos facilities across the country. This journey reflects India's evolving vision towards scientific zoo management, enhanced animal welfare, and conservation-oriented function of zoos. The Central Zoo Authority has contributed significantly to transforming Indian zoos from traditional animal display facilities into professionally managed conservation institutions. Today, modern zoos are no longer mere centers of public display. They function as vital hubs for ex situ conservation, education, research, and public awareness. The presence of the Chief Wildlife Wardens of states and union territories and zoo directors from across the country underscores the collective and cooperative framework of zoo governance in our country. Your leadership and field-level exposure are crucial in translating policies, standards, and guidelines into effective conservation action on the ground. This occasion also provides an opportunity to align our future efforts with the vision plan of the Central Zoo Authority, which emphasizes strengthening conservation breeding programs, improving animal welfare standards, enhancing institutional capacity, adopting scientific and evidence-based practices, and reinforcing the role of zoos in nature biodiversity conservation. Accordingly, today's conference has been thoughtfully structured to deliberate on key thematic issues central to the future of zoo management and wildlife conservation in our country. The technical sessions will focus on the transition of zoos from display-oriented facilities to modern conservation institutions, advances in contemporary zoo management systems and standards, and the importance of strengthening the One Health framework, recognizing the interconnectedness of animals, humans, and ecosystem health. Further deliberations will cover contemporary zoo design and species appropriate enrichment, evidence-based veterinary care, and best practices. On behalf of the Central Zoo Authority, I once again extend a warm welcome to all dignitaries, delegates, experts, and stakeholders present here today. I am confident the deliberations during this conference will be meaningful and will further strengthen our collective commitment to wildlife conservation and scientific zoo management in the country. I wish the conference productive deliberations and fruitful outcomes. Thank you. Thank you, Onano.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Clement, for this lovely start to this day. And ladies and gentlemen, to mark this auspicious beginning of today's program, we shall now proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony. जी हाँ, हमारे भारत में एक बहुत ही प्यारा सा कल्चर है. कल्चर ये है कि जब कभी भी हम कोई अच्छे काम की शुरुआत करते हैं तो वो प्रकाश के साथ करते हैं, दिया प्रज्वलन के साथ करते हैं, और आज के प्रोग्राम में भी ऐसा होने वाला है. तो मैं सभी डिग्निटरी से गुजारिश करूंगी कि आप सभी कृपया करके लैम्प के सामने आ जाएं और लैम्प लाइटनिंग के साथ हम इस प्रोग्राम को आगे लेकर जाएंगे. So ladies and gentlemen, we have all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais and we shall now move forward with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. मैं सबसे गुजारिश करना चाहूंगी, कृपया आप सभी लैम्प के सामने आए. देवियों सज्जनों, जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ, वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ, निर्विघ्न कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। So ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful start to this day. और मुझे लगता है इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ हमें चाहिए भी नहीं। जी हाँ, इससे ज़्यादा कुछ हम कर भी नहीं सकते इस दिन को और भी खूबसूरत बनाने के लिए। सो एक बार फिर से हम सबका यहाँ पर धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे कि आपकी उपस्थिति मिली, आप सभी यहाँ पर आए, हमारे बीच उपस्थित हुए हैं। वेल लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, नाउ इट्स टाइम वी टेक दिस इवेंट फॉरवर्ड। जी हाँ, अब समय आ गया है कि हम इस प्रोग्राम को आगे लेकर जाएं। और अब मैं यहाँ पर रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी, अब मैं यहाँ पर गुजारिश करना चाहूँगी ऑनरेबल ADGF वाइल्ड लाइफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट श्री रमेश कुमार पांडे सर to kindly come forward and welcome the gathering to give his inputs into this event. मैं चाहती हूँ आप सभी रमेश सर का स्वागत जोरदार तालियों के साथ करेंगे। Come on everybody.
Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and the dais, today's chief guest. We have with us Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Member Secretary Central Zoo Authority, Member Secretary National Tiger Conservation Authority, members of the National Tiger Conservation Authority, the Chief Wildlife Wardens of states I can see, the expert members, Dr. Pavde from IVRI, Dr. Malik, and I can also see team from ZZRCC, especially the experts who have come to speak on different subjects, and directors of zoos from across the country. India has a very special positioning so far as the management of zoos are concerned. Out of more than 150 zoos which we have, most of them are run by the Forest Department. And the zoo directors are not someone who is going to be with zoo for a very long time. I mean, people come and go. And many a time they come either they have been given as a punishment posting or someone who is not fit in the field, they are just dumped into the zoos. So what I personally feel that we do not have that legacy of serving in zoos for a very long time and therefore having the institutional knowledge. This special positioning brings a lot of challenges for the zoo managers. The second thing which I usually say that zoo management, especially in India, is an underestimated assignment amongst the Forest Service officers, especially who manage zoos. People think that what is there to do in zoo? But since I had been director in Delhi Zoo, I know that here we work in 10 verticals, which starts from security, then goes to the sanitary, the commissary, the veterinary part, landscaping, then animal care, and so on and so forth. And every branch has certain challenges, certain innovations involved, etc. We also deal with senile animals. Here, there may be zoos which may be having more than 20% of the population of zoo which are senile. And the senile animals, because the animal ethology comes into, they have different likings, dislikings like elders. So someone wants khichdi, someone wants kheer, someone is not eating for 3 days and you are worried. So I say that zoo management is not merely science. Zoo management is a combination of art and science. It is not merely just, the science or science part is going to serve, but you have to be passionate, compassionate, and knowing the art of managing zoos. And most of us take zoo management very casually, and especially when I started working in the XC2, I found that probably we do not appreciate the importance of zoos and the complexity it involves. Now I'll come to the bird's eye view of the zoos. Why zoos are important? People are challenging the existence of zoos today. They say that the condition of zoos are very pathetic, the cells are not good, animals are in bad shape, they are not released in time, they are not taken back in time. So a lot of challenges are being thrown that zoos are bad in the eyes of young ones. So we have a challenge to tell them that it is impossible for a human-dominated landscape like India, where most of the people cannot afford to go to the jungle and see all the animals. Forget about seeing the animals of the globe. So zoo gives a very good platform for conservation education. Now another very big role which zoos play is the conservation breeding and linking the XC to the NC2. Though that has not been given that much impetus in India, but they have immense potential of promoting conservation breeding and then putting the animals bred in captivity to the conservation. It's a very, very important subject. I'm very happy that after a long gap, this workshop is being organized. I welcome on behalf of the ministry to all the participants for this workshop and look forward for a great deliberation ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we proceed further, and now I would request our respected Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Shri Sushil Kumar Awasthi ji, please come forward and give a speech. So, अब हमारे बीच श्री सुशील कुमार अवस्थी जी आ रहे हैं और सर से गुजारिश करूंगी, सर आप 2 शब्द हम सभी के लिए कहिए. एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए.
Honorable Minister of State, Shri Kirti Vardhan Singh ji, my esteemed colleagues from the Ministry, ADG Wildlife, Member Secretary CZA, Member Secretary NTCA, Chief Wildlife Wardens from the states, zoo directors, members of Central Zoo Authority, distinguished experts, a very good morning to you all. Today is a very special day, as we know. This is the foundation day of Central Zoo Authority. In the morning itself, we had a meeting chaired by Honorable Minister of the CZA, and a number of policy issues, a number of management issues were discussed. Probably this day happens to be 37th or 38th Foundation Day? 34th. Okay, but I thought CZA was founded in 1992. 92. Okay, 34th. When it comes to CZA, like I think most of us are foresters or some way or the other connected with the zoo management or as Pandey ji said, the art and science of zoo management. So when it comes to CZA, immediately 2-3 things comes to our mind. First of all, India's leadership in scientific zoo management. That is a very, very important thing. Many countries in this world would not even think about it, that has to be a science. Secondly, it is also a big center. The zoos are a big center of wildlife conservation because we also do a lot of conservation breeding. We also do a lot of like species survival mechanism. And above all, we also think a lot about the animal welfare, the animals which are housed in the zoo. So this Foundation Day is not merely a Foundation Day. It is rather a milestone in India's journey towards strengthening ethical and conservation-oriented zoo management. I would like to place it on record that during my stint as ADG Wildlife, I had occasions where I attended the CZA meeting. And the members who would attend the technical committee meeting or the members who would be the experts of zoo designing committee, I found them quite deeply involved looking into the animal welfare, looking into the zoo design so that basically the visitors also get a feel, but the animals should not get a feel that they are house of their natural habitat. So those kind of feelings I have already been experiencing, so I really appreciate and I'd like to place it on record. Since its establishment in 1992, the CZA has been playing a crucial role. It has been actually anchoring and guiding and regulating all the zoos across the country. Zoo management or like having a zoo is not an easy job. We all understand the kind of financial constraints which come in the way of sound zoo management because there's a lot of things which actually come into play whenever it comes to arranging good finances for the country, for the zoos. But zoos, as rightly said, are not merely display centers. They are the living conservation institutions. They contribute to conservation breeding. They also contribute to research. They also contribute to public awareness and also for the lot of threatened species. Morning we went for a round in the zoo and we went to the Manipur Shanghai Zoo enclosure. It was told that the Delhi Zoo has been an epicenter of Shanghai Zoo conservation. Way far from its natural habitat. And you can see this Manipur brow-antlered deer flourishing in the surrounds of the metropolitan like Delhi. The success of CZA mandate depends greatly on the active cooperation of state governments, on all of you who have been representing the states here, the chief wildlife wardens. Your collaboration is actually the backbone of collective progress. So as we look ahead in this area, we must put emphasis on a number of things. I would like to mention them one by one. The number one is strengthening conservation breeding. Although the CZA looks after conservation breeding in all the zoos and it also guides and supports. We should also be focusing on enhancing professional trainings and capacity building. The third vertical which the zoo should be looking at is promoting research, documentation, and modern technology, and also improving the public education through a strong conservation message. With these words, I congratulate the Central Zoo Authority and all stakeholders in their sustained efforts. I am confident that through continued collaboration, Indian zoos will evolve as a center of excellence in conservation and animal welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. We are absolutely grateful to have you here in this platform. So, ladies and gentlemen, going forward now, I would invite Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Shri Kirtiwardhan Singh ji, to come forward and speak a few words for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our duty to welcome him with thunderous round of applause. Come on, everybody. Big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir.
So it's good afternoon now rather than good morning. And while we are celebrating the Foundation Day celebration of the CZA, my respects to the Director General Forest, Shri Awasthi ji, Director General Shri Ramesh Kumar Pandey ji, Member Secretary CZA, Dr. Clement Benji. We have many senior officers on the Ministry and the Central Zoo Authority. We have many chief wildlife wardens from all over the country here, and zoo directors, and also officials from other zoos. And of course, last but not the least, our distinguished experts, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure amongst this august gathering, there'd be many people who have had a vast experience in the management of zoos and in taking care of the animals. Abhi Pandey ji ne ek aur bhi interesting baat batai. I hope you don't mind if I mix between English and Hindi. And I like to keep it a bit informal. So, Pandey ne bhi bataya ki kabhi-kabhi punishment posting bhi hai. It was interesting to hear that. But like they say, you got to make the most of your opportunities and the situation. So even if they are here, certain people who really do not want to be here, but I request that looking after a zoo is not merely an infrastructure facility that we are taking care of. We are taking care of animals who have been brought here against their own wishes. They'd rather be free and open in their natural environment, who cannot speak their mind, who cannot tell what difficulties are they facing. And it is rather a very humane exercise that we all are engaged in. And like I said, there are many experienced people here. My experience, that too, I have only of the Delhi Zoo. And if I add all the days I've been here, would not be more than a couple of months. But in that couple of months, I've experienced, or I rather have learned, many things about the management of a zoo and, of course, the animals. Most of the topics which you are going to deal today have been very well outlined by Awasthi ji, by Ramesh ji. I need not repeat that. But yes, of course. What are the objectives and achievements while we reflect on our journey of our 43 years? What have we learned? What experience that you have got that can take this activity forward, and like Pandey ji said, in a passionate and a compassionate way. And I'm sure these should form an important part of your discussions today. Are we evolving with our knowledge? Are we evolving our practices? Are we taking into account the world's best practices in other zoos? What are our activities? How can we make them better? Whether it is ex situ conservation, whether we talk about rehabilitation, whether we talk about research breeding, all the activities. A zoo is not merely a display center where children and people come and see the animals, but it is also a great opportunity for everyone, for our researchers, for our scientists, to learn more about animal behavior, to learn more about animal care, to evolve better medical care methods. All these aspects are there. And like I said, we are taking care of poor, defenseless animals here. And we really need to be very sensitive about what all can be done. And of course, the zoo also plays a critical role in making our new age, the Gen Z as we call them, aware of the natural world. आप लोगों के बहुत There'll be many young children in your families. Hamare bhi hai. And I have been brought up in a natural environment. But today I see everybody is more focused in virtual reality, on their phones, on their screens. And they're getting, in this process, they're breaking this link between our lives and the natural life. And we're losing sensitivity about the natural wonders that are around us. And the zoo plays a very important role in bridging this gap between the virtual reality of our cell phones and the actual reality outside, especially for our urban dwellers, our city children. I've come across examples which has just left me totally amazed that this is the distance our new generation has moved from what used to be our natural environment. And the zoos play a very important part in that. They enlarge our thinking, they enlarge our vision. And everybody knows that environment has become such an important and a critical issue for the survival of humankind. And this is one of the first steps where children who are going to be citizens of tomorrow and be taking important decisions in conserving our environment, this is the initial stage where they learn exactly what environment, what natural life, what these things are all about. And this is where you can build up the interest. So that's the critical area. And as far as the zoo goes, the zoo management practices, like Pandey so nicely stated, the habitat, the health, regular checkups, the stress factors that the animals undergo. We need to study all of that. We need to take in all of that when we are thinking of designing or maintaining a zoo. Habitats ki halat kaisi hai? Do they have enough spacious shelters? Or are they forced to live in an environment which is totally alien to where they come from? Because that all reflects in their health and builds up stress levels in animals. And that is another area which largely goes unnoticed. There's a prescribed format. This is a deer cage. There are so many animals in this deer cage. So this much food has to be given at this time. Fine, great. But what about the deer who hasn't gotten up, has kept on sitting for the last 2 days, or hasn't moved from one place to other, or is displaying certain weaknesses? Who is going to observe that? Who is going to take that into account? That sensitivity has to be built up in our daily people who inspect our cages, who give food, and that sensitization is very necessary, and that can only be done from the top down. That is our responsibility. Because the directors, the wardens, I feel they should be taking daily inspection of the animals, but in case they can't, there's so much of bureaucratic work involved now in your jobs, that at least the staff which is tasked with these, they should be taught, their capacity building should happen. They should learn how to study animal behavior and what to make out of it. My experience in this zoo has been that most of this ground staff now are not people who have had any prior experience with animals or wildlife. They are youngsters who want a job, who are looking for employment. Some are science graduates, some are other areas of study. And taking care of an animal cage is the last thing that was on their curriculum. But they're here now. They have a life to look after. They have a family to look after. They have they have to earn their living. So it is our job to at least hold meetings, sensitize them, tell them that this is what it is. Of course, there are many other problems which zoos are facing. Again, I can only talk from my experience in this Delhi zoo. The invasive species. What we have here are kikar plants, kikar trees. They have almost taken over a lot of our free space. I don't know if the other zoos are facing problems with their own invasive species. you have to take care of pests such as rats. They also cause a lot of diseases. I hope I'm not boring you with knowledge I've learned and knowledge that you have already possessed over years. But these are my observations. And you're going to have discussions, there'll be deliberations, there'll be thoughts exchanged. And I wish that I would very much like to have the outcomes of today's meetings. And I really ask you to be very candid and put forth all the problems that you're facing in your areas of work, in your zoos, so that at least then we can take a constructive view and see how these problems can be solved. So I will not talk much here. I'm sure you all are looking forward to your sessions. I wish I could be a part of them, but I have other responsibilities. But before I end, I would again request all the experts here, the wardens, the professionals, the zoo directors, to please discuss each of these areas and also see that we live in an age of technology, and technology is moving very fast. And how can we use this technology into better zoo management, into better animal care, and into better viewer experience? Because these are the three essential things of any zoo. And of course, we need to collaborate more with different state governments. We need to have more interactions with research institutions, stakeholders, NGOs, and they can provide us vital information, vital tips of how to make our zoos better from also the viewer point of view. So again, my best wishes. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I wish I did have the time to interact individually with the various officials and again the experts and the directors who have come from various parts of the country. I remember as a child, one of my most memorable experience, which I carry to this day, I think I would have been 5 or 6 years old, and I had gone to the Trivandrum Zoo. Anybody here from the Trivandrum Zoo? Nobody? So there, I was walking with my parents, and there was a small, barricade, kind of a safety net, nothing very obstructive. And on the other side of the safety of that net, there was a path, and there was a child. He was cycling away on a tricycle. When we were young, we used to get up to ye sab nahi aata hai. Wo pedal tricycle, small tricycle, red color. I remember it so vividly. And the child was wearing red short pants and a blue and white striped T-shirt and a cap. Right? So my eyes caught that child cycling towards me, and I was 5 or 6 years old, and I was looking. And when he passed by, it wasn't a human being. It wasn't a human child. It was a small chimpanzee. That is my experience. Well, I hope, like that chimpanzee who is enjoying his stay in the zoo, under your care, under your guidance, under your management, under your leadership, the other animals that we have been tasked to take care of also have a similarly joyful experience during their life on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. We are truly honored to have you here today with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the most awaited moment of this day. जी हाँ, जिस पल का हम सभी बड़ी देर से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, उस पल को हम अब विटनेस करने वाले हैं, अनुभव करने वाले हैं, एक्सपीरियंस करने वाले हैं, और मैं बात कर रही हूँ पब्लिकेशन रिलीज़ की. मैं अब रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी कि हमारे डिग्निटरीज़ को पब्लिकेशन की एक कॉपी दी जाए। जी हाँ, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, वी शैल नाउ प्रोसीड विद द रिलीज ऑफ पब्लिकेशन दैट हैज बीन ब्रॉट आउट बाय द सेंट्रल जू अथॉरिटी ऑन दिस स्पेशल ओकेजन। दोस्तों, आप लोगों को बताना चाहूंगी कि अब उस पल का, उस घड़ी का समय आ गया है जिसके लिए हम सभी पूरी सुबह से इंतजार कर रहे थे, और आप सभी की तालियों की जोरदार गड़गड़ाहट से इस पल को और भी ज्यादा खास बनाया जा सकता है। देवी और सज्जनों, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। So this is the publication which has been brought out by the Central Zoo Authority. We would like to extend a very heartfelt congratulations to the team. And आप लोगों को बताना चाहूंगी दोस्तों, इसके 2 एडिशन है, XC2 न्यूज़लेटर डबल एडिशन एंड एनुअल एडिशन. So many congratulations. So now we shall proceed with the second release of the publication. I request all the dignitaries. And I think this moment deserves a big round of applause. Come on, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Again, many congratulations to Central Zoo Authority. बहुत बधाइयाँ. और देवी और सज्जनों, आप लोगों को फिर से बताना चाहूँगी, 2 एडिशन में हमने इसे रिलीज़ किया है, 2 पार्ट्स में हमने इसे रिलीज़ किया है. पहला है XC2 न्यूज़लेटर डबल एडिशन एंड द अदर वन इज़ एनुअल एडिशन. ऑल राइट. सो लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, हमारे डिग्निटरीज़ ने आज पार्टिसिपेट किया इस इवेंट को, और इस इवेंट को और भी ज़्यादा खास बनाया. अब समय आ गया है कि हम इन्हें फेलिसिटेट करें. एंड टू फेलिसिटेट द डिग्निटरीज, मे आई प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर क्लेमेंट वी बेन टू कम फॉरवर्ड. वो सामने आएंगे और सबसे पहले यहाँ पर फेलिसिटेट करेंगे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, श्री कीर्तिवर्धन सिंह जी. तालियों के साथ मैं चाहती हूँ ऑडियंस आपका साथ मुझे मिले, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presence. We are glad, we are happy that you are here with us. गुजारिश करना चाहूंगी, अब हम फेलिसिटेट करेंगे डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ फॉरेस्ट एंड स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, श्री सुशील कुमार अवस्थी जी. मैं चाहती हूं दोस्तों, आप सभी के तालियों से जोरदार, हाथ से जोरदार तालियों की आवाज होनी चाहिए. हम फिर से पुनः धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे सर आपको. आगे बढ़ते हैं. अब मैं गुजारिश करना चाहूंगी, हम फेलिसिटेट करेंगे ADGF वाइल्ड लाइफ, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, श्री रमेश कुमार पांडे जी. A heartfelt thank you to you, sir, for your participation into this lovely event. Next, I request, sir, please honor and felicitate Dr. Sanjay Kumar, IG, National Tiger Conservation Authority. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. और अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर क्लेमेंट वी बेन को यहाँ पर सम्मानित करेंगे डॉक्टर संजीत कुमार, डायरेक्टर नेशनल जूलॉजिकल पार्क न्यू दिल्ली. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए डॉक्टर क्लेमेंट वी बेन के लिए. आप सभी का एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद, बहुत शुक्रिया. गुजारिश करूंगी आप लोग सीट ले ले, स्थान ले ले, बिकॉज अब हम वोट ऑफ थैंक्स की तरफ बढ़ेंगे. जी हाँ, वी आर एट द लास्ट चैप्टर ऑफ दिस इवेंट, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दैट इज द वोट ऑफ थैंक्स. एंड टू डिलीवर दिस वन, मे आई प्लीज रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर संजीत कुमार, डायरेक्टर नेशनल जूलॉजिकल पार्क न्यू दिल्ली, टू कम एंड जॉइन अस हियर ऑन दिस स्टेज. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. It's my privilege to propose formal vote of thanks on behalf of Central Zoo Authority for the conference which Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Director Conference on the eve of CZA Foundation Day. First and foremost, my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Kirti Vardhan Singh Ji, Minister of State, MOEFCC, who has spared his valuable time despite of Parliament session, lot of meetings. So he came today morning by 8, and in between he went again, came to the zoo to address Chief Wildlife Warden as well as the zoo directors. So he has given a lot of valuable insights. So it is truly inspired. We are truly inspired by your valuable words. Thank you, sir. Next, I propose thanks to our DG sir, ADG sir, for all the constant guidance and all the thoughts thoughts shared to this conference. I sincerely thank all the Chief Wildlife Warden who came despite of very short notice to attend the conference. All the senior officials of ministry who came here, given his time, I am thanking them. Next, the CJD general body members. I am seeing the 2 general body members. They came for the GB meeting as well as now participating in the conference also. So I am thanking on the behalf of CJD to them. All the resource person experts who came for the technical session, I am thanking them. All the zoo directors or their representatives, that despite of again short notice, but they came from various part of the country. Around 55 zoo directors or their representative have came. So thank you. At the last, I thank all the team members of Central Zoo Authority under the guidance of Member Secretary and Shukla sir. So for organizing such a event in a very short notice and bringing all the Chief Wildlife Wardens and zoo directors on one platform to learn the various good practices and sharing their experiences in this technical session. At last, I am thanking all the organizing team members from CJD, from NZP, that then in 2-3 days back we got this, you can say, confirmation that this conference will be going to be held at NZP, and they have tremendously worked very hard, sleepless night to make this function. So I'm thanking them. I'm thanking all the event management team and all other who directly or indirectly given their valuable time and all the resources to make this function. So at the last, I am thanking one and all again for making your presence, valuable presence, and sharing your valuable thoughts, your insights in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, now I would request all the dignitaries to assemble for a group picture on the stage, which has been placed on the lawn, yes, in the garden, in the park area. We have a stage set up. I would request everybody, I would urge everybody, please proceed and do take a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your participation and inputs into this event. We shall now proceed for the high tea. And since we are running little late, I would request everybody to confine it in 15 minutes. So we will all reconvene here in next 15 minutes after high tea. And thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, सबसे गुजारिश करूंगी आप लोग हाई टी के लिए प्रोसीड करेंगे. 15 मिनट में हम दोबारा यहाँ पर सब इकट्ठा होंगे, क्योंकि कुछ टेक्निकल सेशंस हम यहाँ पर रख रहे हैं आप लोगों के लिए, इंसाइटफुल सेशंस हैं। मैं सारे डिग्निटरी से गुजारिश करूंगी कि ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए, ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए आप सभी कृपया कर लॉन में उपस्थित हो। and Zoo Directors Conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all had your tea and coffee and everybody is re-energized back here with some more energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time we kickstart the next session. We have another very special session. And to invite the speaker, may I please request Miss Ritika to come and join me here on the dais.
We now move to session on contemporary zoo design and species appropriate enrichment. This session is being delivered by Mr. Ian Valentine. Dr. Valentine, before I ask Dr. Valentine to join on the stage, just a small brief introduction about him. So Dr. Valentine, Director of Zoocraft Limited, a professional zoo and aquaria consultancy company, is working principally with established and new zoo and aquaria projects and operates in China and Middle East, taking to them technical and design skills which are needed by this emerging powerhouse of the zoo in the world. Previously, while at the Royal Zoological Society of Scotland, he held various senior positions within the organization over 15 years. He was with the organization and laterally as the director of Giant Panda Program and senior policy advisor. Before his role as a director of Animals Education and Conservation, he was responsible for all aspects in running of RZSS 2 animal collections. All the educational and ex situ and in situ research and conservation projects, work and staff within RZSS were under Dr. Valentine. His understanding of the zoo world and conservation world and his interest in developing the capacity building potential of zoos has been built up over a 35-year period where he has always held senior management and director roles in various organizations. He is a trustee of 3 of the trusts within People Postcode Lottery and an advisor to the Tay and Earn Trust. He has an established extensive network of professional individuals working in a variety of fields both nationally and internationally. He has been a beekeeper for 40 years and a keen horticulturalist. May I please welcome Mr. Ian Valentine, consultant at GZRRC, to kindly take the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be here. And just to be clear, I have actually been in the zoo world for 45 years. I started in zoos when I was 12 years old, and I've done all the jobs. I've been a keeper, education officer, curator, director, and I'm a trained biologist. So I come to everything with a very holistic approach. Now, I'm starting my talk with a very unusual photograph. This is actually of a washroom. And I bet you this is the first time that you've actually had a talk in which a washroom starts as the first picture. But there's an important reason for that. So this is the washroom of the year, 2019. It's in Nashville Zoo in USA. And we'll come back to that further into the talk. Now, these next few images are from my favorite zoo in Europe. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, this isn't particularly great. This is a very traditional way of managing an animal. And it's everything that you can see in terms of its shelter is on view. The barriers are quite old and austere. Same zoo. Now I'll tell you that this zoo, these images are from the 1970s, and you can start to compare them to your own zoo and where you are at now in terms of your own development. So this is a small zoo, a tiny little zoo, about 8 acres in size, and it's in Fuengirola near Malaga in Spain. I put this image in because obviously it's got a peafowl and it's an Indian species, but again you can see from this image You can see right across the zoo, you can see the barriers, you can see the type of landscape that it's got. Again, same zoo, 1970s. This is the zoo now. What happened was that the zoo, which is in the centre of the city, so a tiny little site, 8 acres, the zoo was very bad, and the zoo was getting a lot of bad publicity about its conditions of its facilities, and the city wanted to close it. So then the city decided that it would offer the management contract up to a new company if they invested in the zoo and modernised it. So a company called Rainforest, which is based in Spain, took the zoo as a project, and what they did was transform the zoo into a magical experience. And when I mean magical, I mean it's important from the moment that you step in the door to the moment you leave. And everything about the zoo has been very carefully crafted and worked out. And that's really my premise, in that zoo design, modern zoo design, is actually a craft, and it's an art form. This zoo is unusual, and it's what is called a total immersion zoo. So basically, when you go into the zoo, you're into the same environment as the animals that are displaying. And the journey around the zoo is complicated, it's beautiful, and also it's one in which you as a visitor, you as somebody with a family, do not really have to share it with too many other people, and we'll come on to that a little bit further on. Now, as I said, this zoo is in the centre of the city, and when you're in the zoo, you do not see the city at all. All the sight lines and everything have been very carefully worked out so that from particular angles and from particular points, you don't see other visitors and you don't see out of the zoo. All the views are internally focused. More views, more pictures from the zoo. Now, I know probably you're all thinking, if you have a huge amount of money, you would want to modernize your zoo in a very beautiful way. This zoo, as I say, was 8 acres in size. The total investment to modernize the zoo was only 5 million euros, which is a tiny amount, really. And the key in making it work is to use the landscape and the planting, as well as making sure that the visitors are taken on a journey, and you're using multiple levels for viewing, and not ensuring that everything you see is not wide open so that everything is seen all at once. A tiger enclosure which has been themed in a very beautiful way. A pygmy hippo enclosure, and this image is important because this is another important point in terms of zoo design. I'm pretty sure when you walk into your own zoos and own parks now, your fences and roads will all be designed in a way in which paths are very straight and fence lines are long and slim, and large numbers of people will be lined up against the fences, and then they'll rush from one enclosure to the next. With good zoo design, the whole idea is to slow the visitor time down, to make people look very carefully into an exhibit, to reduce sight lines. And so this image that I've got on the screen just now is showing one tiny little view into one enclosure. If the animal is not there at that time, there's probably another sight line into the enclosure that you will bump into further on your route. What I need you all to do is to be a zoo visitor rather than a zoo director or a curator. You have to think about your visitors. And the whole premise of this talk is that actually in a holistic way, you, as well as focusing in on the animals, you really have to focus in on your visitor experience. And the visitor experience extends out to the public realm. And what I mean by that are the paths and the and the shelter areas. If you think about a really hot day here in India in June, and your visitors are standing waiting at your gate to buy a ticket, their experience is already being diluted by the fact that they're having to stand in the hot sun waiting on a ticket. Now here's a scary fact for you. If you have a good experience somewhere, in a hotel or at the cinema, in a restaurant, you will go home and you'll tell 3 other people. If you have a bad experience, you tell 8 others. And the same applies to zoos. So in other words, we already have it against us in terms of trying to make sure that our visitors have a good experience, because if they have a bad one, they're going to tell a lot more people than they had a good. And in this day where social media rules, the messages are even more nuanced. If you've had a good experience, somebody who's had a good experience will probably stay silent about it, and they may just post something about their good experience. If they have an amazing experience, they will post on it and they will give you a good review. If they have a very bad experience, they'll tell the world and they'll make sure it's posted. So again, even in this day of social media, we have everything against us and to ensure that our visitors have a good experience. So the visitor experience starts from the car park. It extends to the way that they buy their tickets, to the shelter areas, to the restaurants, to the retail, and to the toilets. So there's no point in me talking about these wonderful new enclosures that you can all design and build if you're not building and keeping your toilets in good condition, because the toilets are just as important to the visitor experience as it is to see the animals in wonderful enclosures. So this image here, again, as I said, the public realm, the place where the public are, is just as important to think about in terms of the experience and the look and the feel. And some of this does not need to cost large amounts of money. It can be done in very subtle, simple ways, using simple materials and done in clever ways. Even the materials that you use on the floor and the materials that people are walking on will slow down visitors, will improve the experience, because walking on softer surfaces changes people's behavior. So if you put people onto wood or on soft substrates, they immediately will go quiet. So if you want to have a silent area in front of your tiger enclosure to make sure that your tigers will come closer to the front so that visitors can see, you have to think about the materials that you're using on the public domain. Another beautiful thing, and this is all from the same zoo that I showed you that was developed 20 years ago. This enclosure is seen from several different points. This is a chimpanzee enclosure. When the chimpanzees go to their night room or their night shelter at the end of the day, because even in all over the world, chimpanzees will still go to sleep at 6 o'clock in the evening. This enclosure then has a dual role. So a new set of animals will come out in the evening, meaning that the dwell time and the visitor experience can be extended into the evening. So in terms of commercial sense, when you talk about the income that a zoo will actually be looking to generate from, the number one income generator are from your tickets. The number 2 generator will be from catering, and number 3 will be from retail. And the way that the zoo is designed and laid out will all have an impact on your commercial success. Now, I don't know if you've all thought of this before, but as a human being, we all have a natural bent to move to the right. So the next time you go into a shopping centre or a shopping mall or a supermarket, just watch how you are being controlled in an unconditional way by the way that you move around the shopping centre or the shop. And the same applies to visitor attractions. When visitors enter a visitor attraction, there is a natural bent to move from right to left. So that means that when you're designing your park, you need to be thinking about the visitor flow and the location of the restaurants and the toilets and the retail in key locations to drive the visitors to these commercial areas to ensure that income is coming in and your visitors are having a good experience. So all these subtle things need to be considered. I'm going to move on a little bit faster. This is the same company in another zoo that they built, 10 times the size of Fuengirola. This is in Valencia, truly beautiful zoo, again in Spain, a total immersion zoo. This is the elephant exhibit, and unlike most zoo exhibits, you need to view this exhibit from multiple different points. So this is one view that you'll get into the exhibit, and as you walk further around, you'll find another 2 or 3 others. Very simple things that you would never consider. This is the elephant moat, and if you look very carefully, you can see that the water changes colour, and that's because there's a wall in the moat, and the wall is 4 meters high. So the moat in the water is acting as a barrier for the elephants to make sure that they can't come close to the visitors, but the visitor experience is one that feels that there's no barrier between them and the animal. Again, same zoo, using softer materials and breaks in the materials from one to another. This is a bridge which opens up to allow the giraffes to move from their day enclosure to their night shelter. This is a very lovely picture in which shows 3 different exhibits all in one view. So in the foreground you have Banteng and Red River Hog. To the left you have a gorilla exhibit, and in the far ground you have a chimpanzee enclosure. So within one view you have multiple species being displayed. But the lovely thing in this exhibit, in this picture, is that you can't see the visitors who are passing through the concrete fallen tree which passes over the 2 exhibits. So these things about breaking down sight lines and making sure that people have got restricted views but not seeing other visitors is also key in modern zoo design. An elephant barrier which is made to look like trees, with real trees in front, but the posts have been done in a ferroconcrete way to make them look like broken palm trees. Sight lines broken down. This is a viewing point into a lion enclosure, and from this lion enclosure looking into the lions and then further beyond into giraffe enclosure. Simple things to break up the feeling of going from one zone into another. These gates have no function, but they just make people feel as if they're going into a completely different part. So landscaping, putting twists into roads, changing materials are all key factors in terms of modern zoo design. Hippo enclosure, in which it's not just hippos but also fish, multiple viewing points, 3 different points, 3 different views. This is a map of the zoo to show you that they're using multiple paths, not just one main path, but lots of breakaway paths. And this is something which I think Indian zoos are really going to need to do in order to make sure that you can cope with the numbers that you get, but lose people over large sites. This is one of the very first total immersion exhibits was built in Europe. This was built in 1988. This is in Burger Zoo in Arnhem in the Netherlands. And this exhibit is 4 acres in size, a tropical forest exhibit, and was the first exhibit in the world which used ETFE, the polythene structures, which are now quite common in zoos. This exhibit is so successful that every year they have to take out 40 tons of timber, and is a multiple species exhibit in which the people and the animals are sharing the same space. So they have the birds and the mammals all free roaming. This is their most modern exhibit at the same zoo. This is their mangrove exhibit. Very beautiful, giving a total immersion feel and captivating people in the environment you're trying to display the animals in. The pool in front of the exhibit has manatee within there. Just a few more minutes and I'll wrap up. I wanted to talk about enrichment. For me, enrichment means providing an enriched environment, which means good enclosure design. Enriching also means keeping animals in the correct social structure. Also, in terms of modern design or forward thinking, certainly in Europe, in America, we've been using biofloors for a very long time to great success. And biofloors can be used for a huge range of species. So we no longer have elephants on concrete floors, but they're on sand floors, which are maybe 2 to 3 meters deep, and giraffe, which are also on sand floors as well. This prevents all sorts of foot problems and disease problems. So these approaches in terms of substrate use, biofloors, enclosure design, are all things which help in healthcare, are enriching for the animals, and will make sure that it also looks good for the visitors as well, because the visitors are no longer happy to see elephants being kept on concrete floors. This, if you look into the sky part of this image, you'll see orangutans. This image was taken from Auckland Zoo. Also, these high-level walkways are now appearing in orangutan enclosures in other parts of the world. I would say that this is still one of the few species that we've got left in which we really still have to crack open and understand a little bit more on how to display them properly. These high-level walkways are wonderful. Orangutans in the wild generally never come to ground, so why do we bring them to ground in zoo environments? This is how to keep them, but there's still more to be done in terms of orangutan enclosure design. Last few images. These are images from projects that I'm working on. These are not drawn by AI, they're hand-drawn. And again, just to show that actually what we're trying to do is make sure that the visitor experience is as complete as the animal exhibit. So everything that you're doing in terms of your educational work and your conservation work can be explained from the front of the exhibit. And you're putting people into some kind of context. One major thing for you all to think about. Nobody anywhere in the world wakes up in the morning and thinks, I want to be educated, I'm going to go to the zoo. They go to the zoo because of the visitor experience. The education, the conservation and the research work is a consequence of their visit. So my premise is that you have to think about your visitor experience and the visitors primarily, and from that everything else flows. Last few images. This is for Taman Safari that we're working with at the moment, looking at a whole carnivore zone, but trying to put it into some kind of context and also make it a bit more of an adventure as well. And I do believe that this trend in looking at adventure and experiential is probably something that's going to become much more common in zoo design over the coming years. So if you're starting to think about experiential things that you can also incorporate into enclosure design, that's very good. And again, it should be something in which people are pitched against one another. We all know what gaming is like. I believe that you can also bring an element of gaming and fun into your zoos, make people do things, understand things and learn things by themselves. It doesn't all have to be done through education officers. So everything from tracks and trails on the public area is important. Making people take trips, use height, use water. Water is incredibly important in visitor experience and in zoo design. And then the last few images, just to show you that in terms of aquaria, they're miles behind, in my view, they're miles behind in terms of zoo design. Because most aquaria, when you go into aquaria, you're still standing on a carpet. You never really engage with water. So why would you want to go to an aquarium in which you're talking about a water environment and you never touch water? So these exhibits that we're now talking about are bringing water into the public realm. And I just believe that that's a leap forward for aquatic exhibits and aquaria. And again for Indian species, this is an exhibit that we've designed for gharial, putting gharial into moving water, so it's physically stimulating for the animals, but also really interesting for the visitors because you can bring water from the exhibit into the public realm. And again, making sure that if you're going to be putting people into a tunnel, that you can theme it and make water come through that tunnel as well. And I think my presentation just stopped. Oh, last image, there you go. Again, this is for a project here in India, and we're looking at multiple views, multiple species in one exhibit. All this is possible. We've done it in other places in other parts of the world. My belief, very strongly, is that with the rate of development that you're seeing in Indian zoos and new zoos and parks being planned, that you have an opportunity to leapfrog the mistakes that we have made in our zoos and parks in the US and in Europe and do something really quite exciting and modern, which really is thrilling for the visitors, important for animal management, and is a leapfrog in terms of zoo design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine, for your wonderful presentation on contemporary zoo design and species-appropriate enrichment. Now I would like to call Basant Rajkumar Sir, Chief Wildlife Warden, Punjab, to honor Dr. Valentine for his presentation. Let's give a great round of applause. Thank you, sir. Moving forward with our next presentation, our next presenter is Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha, who is a zoo scientist and conservationist working at the interface of population management, animal welfare, and institutional planning. He is a director at Gai Mitra Collective Foundation. He has also been taken part of national level policy and guideline development related to zoo management and conservation breeding in India. May I now invite Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha to grace the stage and enlighten us with his presentation on Beyond Numbers, Rethinking Conservation Breeding in Indian Zoos.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we are eating into the lunch time now. I'll try to be as brief as possible. But before I begin, I am actually quite excited to be here for the Foundation Day of CZA. I think this is the first time this celebration is happening, and I have been a part of this organization, and the time I spent in the organization is a very important part of my professional career. It has been an important part of my professional career. So I'm actually quite honored to be able to deliver a lecture as part of this event. I would especially like to thank Member Secretary Sir and Sanjay Shukla Sir for having me over. We have an interesting lineup of talks, which talks about zoo design, veterinary management, nutrition, all aspects of zoo domain of zoo management. I am going to talk about one particular domain which is very strongly tied to species conservation. How actually zoos can contribute to conserving a species, as we all know commonly as conservation breeding. So that's what I would be talking about. Before, one second, I'll just check how it works. Okay, fine. So, let me start with something we all agree on. So, conservation breeding exists because wild populations are increasingly pushed to extinctions, fragmentation, and whatnot. So, we all know the principles, why this is happening. And for many zoos, having a conservation breeding program is a matter of pride, and also for some species, conservation breeding is a very important way in which conservation can actually happen. So, it's no longer an optional thing, but it is actually structural to conservation. That's the key point I wanted to make. So, India, as the government of India identified this way earlier. So, they did not wait, but somewhere in around 2000, 2007, there were a list of species that were identified for conservation breeding, around 75 species. I will not go into the details of what were the species, but yeah, it included mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and so on and so forth. So, basically, it's been over 2 decades since a lot of investment in terms of facilities, in terms of public investment, and in terms of knowledge that has been put into conservation breeding as such. And it is actually quite commendable what we have achieved. In 20 years, quite a bit of success has been achieved. But I think it is the right time to kind of look at, okay, fine, we have past 20 years or over 2 decades. What have these programs actually given us? I think it is time to introspect this particular aspect now. So we now have sufficient experience to kind of reflect and kind of chart our way further. So, if we consider success of programs in general, traditionally all we look at is numbers. We are always concerned about, okay, fine, if the numbers are increasing, it is a good indicator for success. That is how we look at breeding programs. But if you technically look at the details of it, what numbers actually tell you is just about, okay, fine, very basic statistics about, okay, how many animals do I have, how many birds have I had, and so on and so forth. But it actually, just if you are dealing with numbers, it doesn't tell you details on whether your populations are viable and sustainable. Viable and sustainable is something I'm going to be using over and over. So I would like to clarify, viable is something which kind of indicates a population would last for a long time, and sustainable is what is the inherent property of the population to sustain over that period of time. So numbers alone doesn't tell us whether the populations are viable or genetic diversity is okay, or one of the key important aspects which I'll come to, whether they are behaviorally competent, in the sense that whether your populations in captivity, do they actually represent the species that occur in the wild? Yeah. So now there is one small concept of small population. So what we are dealing with in zoos is basically very small number of individuals. Okay, we are not looking at thousands of individuals like they occur in the wild. We are looking at fewer number of individuals, hardly 10, 20 or 100 individuals which are housed in zoo. So when we are just dealing with numbers and we are using that as an indicator for success, small populations, they don't really agree to the properties of how numbers behave in a large quantity. So random events, very small events can actually outweigh intent and dominate outcomes. For example, if you have just a population of 10 individuals and if 5 die, so you are losing 50% of the stock. But on the other hand, if you have 100 individuals and if you lose 5, so it's just around 5%. So basically, when you are dealing with small population, even small changes appear very big, and it really affects your program progress to a great way. Unfortunately, most of our zoo populations are small, so we have no option but to deal with this. Yeah. It seems to have frozen. Oops. Yeah. No, 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Now, so I have really constrained myself to not impose a lot of statistics and numbers during my talk today. It's only about principles and theory, and we'll see how it works. So, what you see here is, this is not a theoretical graph, but this is actually based on a real example. Let us look at one particular species which started with around 20 individuals. In one zoo, it drastically increased. In the other zoo, it drastically decreased. Yeah. So, if there is an increase in the number, most of the management practices were very similar in both the zoos. Yeah. I'm not talking about species and zoos because it might sound critical, but let us understand the problems with small populations. So, on a population of 20 individuals housed in one zoo drastically increased. On the other side, it drastically reduced. Yeah. So, increase is a good thing. We are all very happy if population grows. But what is the possible reasons why it has reduced? Yeah. So, one of the key reasons is, for example, if you have a small group of say let us consider lion-tailed macaque, and then you have an alpha male, and the alpha male dies. So your colony may not really sustain. Yeah, most of our small populations are like this, or it could be mortality of a very key individual, or a missed breeding event. One particular year, the individuals don't just breed, or it could be of a behavioral origin, which is quite prevalent in the sense that several primate species and pheasant species, they breed, but there is no parental care. There is poor parental care. There is abandonment of nest eggs, and so on and so forth. So, a lot of these factors have contributed to the decline of this particular population. So, now, why am I emphasizing on these small numbers is because because we are dealing with such small numbers, individuals matter a lot. Every single individual, they are the functional units of populations. So when we talk about small populations, and when we are talking about individuals, populations are not just numbers on the inventory. They are constituted of individuals which coherently form a group. Yeah. So generally what happens is, this might sound like a very theoretical thing, but unfortunately think of it like in a zoo setup. We have a troop of monkeys. How much of a thought do we put in before removing animals from that particular troop? It is very crucial, because several good populations have actually, have declined because of random transfers or removal of individuals, separation of individuals. So, individuals are a very important component, and our decisions on how we manage a particular population in our respective zoos should be driven by the fact that individuals are functional unit of populations and individuals are biological units. So, if a population is actually growing, it is because of the fact that your individual, at the individual level, your management is very good. Yeah. So, now when we talk about individuals, there is one additional thing that comes into, there is an additional layer, behavioral competence. I really want to emphasize a lot on this particular matter because this is largely ignored in our population management paradigm. So, whether a particular species is able to, sort of court and mate, or there is parental care or rearing competence, whether there is social integration or learning. So, it all depends on the fact whether your individuals are behaviorally competent. What generally happens is, in most of the cases, we really don't focus on the behavioral angle as much as we focus on just trying to breed them. So once in a while they breed, and we are very happy with it. And then at the same time, we don't look at whether they are actually biologically functional. So if you might have founders that are genetically valuable, but they cannot function behaviorally, which means that they are really not conservation ready. You might have a good stock of individuals, but as long as they don't optimally breed, there is no point in having them. Yeah. So survival is behavior dependent, reproduction is behavior dependent, and release, one of the most important components or tenets of conservation breeding is you are breeding animals as insurance, so that at some point in time you would want to put them back into the wild. So if you don't really if you don't really look at the behavioral profile of an individual as compared to what it would do in the wild, when you release them, they won't be able to survive, they would be predated, or so many other reasons. So basically, breeding an animal is something very easy. A lot of people have achieved that, but breeding a functional animal, that is the tough part, which means that they have to be behaviorally competent, biologically competent individuals. So that is something that I would want to project as the key take home for this particular talk, because after 20 years of conservation breeding, most of the zoo directors here, they know, we all know how to breed animals, how to keep animals and all. But now it's the time to go beyond just breeding and increasing numbers to building populations which are ecologically relevant. Yeah. Now, that was the theoretical part. Okay, there are small populations, there are individuals matter and all that. But you know, all of that doesn't come out of thin air. Where does this breeding capacity originate? It is with people. Yeah, it's the people who manage the animals, who actually ensure that the animals breed. So conservation breeding is a skilled practice, and skills accumulate over a decade, and they are with the technical staff in the zoo, vets, zoo biologists, keepers, you know, and then it improves through continuity, not turnover. So you can't replace individuals and expect good breeding. So basically, the key point here is that if your institution is achieving good success with a particular breeding, so it means that your management is good. So the human component of the entire conservation breeding is as important as other stuff, because you know, you just cannot think that, okay, I have the best enclosures in the world, and but your keepers don't have any idea about how to manage a particular animal. Or rather, you have the best enclosure, but you really don't know how to utilize the enclosure to its fullest potential. Yeah, as long as you don't actually do that, you know, it really doesn't translate to success. So breeding capacity or capability is institutional knowledge carried by the people who work in the zoo. Yeah, that is the most important asset in the zoo. That is something we have to kind of support and groom. Oh, okay. 20 minutes up. Okay. I'll rush a bit, so quick. So I just gave a bit of a background to kind of introduce one particular work that CZ undertook in 2024. So if we look at the history of conservation breeding programs, this was what the CZ envisioned we would achieve. So for any species identified out of those 74 species, CZ had envisioned that there will be 250 animals of this particular species, and then out of which 100 will be in India. This was the overall goal with which the breeding programs were started. This is the kind of, I just wanted to show this graph as an indicator of how diverse the species is, and across the country there were zoos identified as coordinating and participating zoos. Many of you may be aware of this structure. There is coordinating zoos carry a larger role of establishing the population, and participating zoos support them. Yeah, so significant institutional effort has been made, and then there is a lot of public investment, and also outcome has been uneven across species. So whatever details I provided about behavioral competence and all of the stats and numbers, it's actually in this report. So if anyone is interested in the details of it, you can actually go and look at this report. But largely, you know, when we just focus on breeding success, it can actually kind of mask your long-term risk, in the sense that most of the programs are started with low number of founders, because we are talking about 20 years ago. Okay, so we started with a small number of founders. Now we know how to breed them. Yeah, so it's time to think, okay, whether we add more founders or we don't add more founders. We have to take a decision now. This is the time when we actually think of all these matters. So low number of founders or few individuals. So, and these issues, I want to really emphasize on this. These are not very characteristic to Indian populations. These are worldwide problems. And every conservation breeding program will go through this. And it all originates from the initial concept which I mentioned. Small populations, behavioral competence, and individuals. So, and also data management and coordination. So that is also very, because, at some point we are very protective about our species. We don't want to give it away and stuff like that. So this is what broadly the review indicated. So which kind of brings us to a point where breeding success alone is insufficient. We cannot use that as a measure. It was maybe earlier, 10 years ago, but not anymore. Because we are past that stage. We have to be more scientific in our approach. So, and also when we increase the scale, it increases complexity, coordination, and long-term planning. It becomes very essential. Okay, so you can start with numbers to start the program, but individuals shape outcome, people sustain success. And when you are talking about founders, you have to be a little careful, because in a lot of programs, rescued individuals have been used as founders. Which kind of defeats, because when you are planning a conservation breeding, you very carefully select founders. You cannot randomly use founders. Yeah. So, there's some phrase. Yeah. So generally, like I said, these problems are very characteristics to global programs. What can we borrow from global experience? So they are basically populations are managed as systems, decisions must be coordinated, data must inform actions, which brings me to one plan approach. So there is no conservation talk which goes without this particular paradigm. So ex situ complements in situ. Not all species may require conservation breeding programs. So this needs to be evaluated periodically to ensure that we don't, we know that where we are investing our resources is in the right place. And so strategic prioritization, that is of high importance. So there is a detailed framework which UCN has provided for this particular thing, which all brings to a particular term which I have really not mentioned here, but I want you all to think about it. It's called as the meta-population. So all of us know what meta-populations is, small, discretely isolated population. So there is a need for a very strong national conservation infrastructure as far as breeding goes. We cannot see it as isolated facilities where animals are distributed across a region, but it should be part of a collective system, and there should be shared responsibility. That is very important that we improve the coordination. And because all of these problems are going to catch up very soon. Because of the issues I just mentioned, small population, genetic erosion, natural behavior. So before all of this sets in, it's time to kind of rethink what we have achieved till now, which is pretty good, because we have achieved the know-how of keeping a species, breeding a species, increasing their numbers. But now we have to refine it. We cannot just be complacent with what we have achieved, which is where there are three things that I particularly would like to propose. One is invest in people as conservation infrastructure. It is highly important that we retain the people who are associated with these programs and teach them, so that most of the practices that we know are institutionalized. And then formalized learning and training. Most of what we know about breeding is based on memory. So it has to be formalized, distilled, and there has to be some formal training for all of this. And also, all the programs should refer to species biology. That's also very important. So, broadly, three things: targets to trajectories, facilities to skills, and numbers to system. So, broadly, globally, just two more slides. Broadly, if you look at global flow of how conservation breeding is undertaken, this is exactly the flowchart. So if you look at EASA or AZA, without naming regional associations, any program, it follows this particular flowchart. So at some point of time, we might have to look at, okay, where exactly, most of the stuff, it's not that we are actually not doing any of this. We are only addressing this in bits and pieces. The only requirement is to kind of consolidate all the activities and plan a way forward, okay? Which is, it's a long-term multi-institutional process. Greater clarity on conservation objective. So in the sense that we really need to look at the list of 74 and think of rationalization, which is something, I think, the activity that's already ongoing. And then there is a stronger program structure, focus on long-term. So basically, data-driven, science-based approaches. So without really looking at any statistics, I mean, if anyone is interested in numbers and so on, please go to the report. But the key message is, conservation breeding is not just about producing animals. That's not the goal of. So it's about establish a population of biologically competent individuals. That's very key. And that is something where we have to rethink our program and head, yeah, rather than just sticking with numbers. And and the future of conservation breeding, it's not about how many animals we hold. It's about how well we understand, manage, and support them, yeah, to further the goal of supporting species conservation in the wild. Yeah, I would end there, and I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful section. I would like to call Dr. Sanjeet Kumar, Director of National Zoological Park, Delhi, to honor Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha for his presentation by providing the memento. I would like to ask everyone to give a great round of applause. Up next, to the one more section before lunch, would be presented by Mr. Surya Sen, who is an Indian Forest Service Officer of 2013 batch in Karnataka Cadet. He served as Deputy Conservator of Forest in Kodagu and Gadak, and currently serving as an Executive Director of Bannerghatta Biological Park, Bengaluru. I would like to ask everyone to join with me in welcoming Sir Surya Sen on stage, who will be sharing insights on self-sustainable zoo management through CSR.
A very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Central Zoo Authority for giving me this opportunity today on the first foundation day. It's a pleasure. And I don't know how many of you are very hungry, because we had a very sumptuous high tea. So I hope you will bear with me for another 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. So the topic that I have chosen today is something which is very offbeat and upcoming, because we all know. I'd like to know how many of us are zoo directors here, because there are very few today. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we speak a lot, and from the morning we are hearing lots of updates and lots of global scenarios that which is happening, and lots of design perspectives, lots of veterinary perspectives, animal breeding perspectives. But as zoo directors, again mentioned from morning ADG's speech, so sir was very clear that many times the zoos are punishment postings. And along with that, we also have lots of other challenges. And one of the most critical challenges is financial independence or autonomy on that. And fortunately or unfortunately, government owns most of these zoos in the country. And it is the responsibility of the government, all said and done, but we all know the fact. So now we are left for ourselves to fend for ourselves. And most of the states which are now keen on developing or maintaining these zoos are coming up with a very successful model, which is a society-driven model. So many of the states have a society which is formed as a state's society, and most of these zoos are being run under these societies. I think, can I quickly have the presentation? Yeah. Yeah. So my topic today is sustainable zoos and the corporate social responsibility. So again, corporate social responsibility is something which is very mandated and very legally binding in this country as of now. So how do we integrate conservation, sustainability and corporate finance through statutory and moral obligation? Because we can't always use a stick to get money. Sometimes it has to come voluntarily and upfront from corporates. So it is also a moral obligation from the corporates to help us in the conservation. So again, how do you define a sustainable zoo? So as I mentioned, financial self-reliance is the first key to all this. Otherwise, we don't have any kind of a leeway to go ahead and do whatever we wish to do. Again, we have a very limited scope of window to deliver to the post at which we are going to hold. And we all know how our manpower is, what is the level of training we have in the scenario, and how much of documentation we have to do for each and every step that we are taking forward. So with all these challenges, it is a very, very Herculean task to achieve this kind of a tag saying that we are a sustainable zoo. Again, renewable energy adoption is something which is there, and many of the zoos are now coming up with these kinds of activities. Water and waste management, which is a national problem, spoken in the international level. High standards of animal welfare, from morning we are talking that. Community participation, something which again we are lagging. So when Honorable Minister spoke, he was speaking about Gen Z. So the same discussion happened when I went for the Vaza's conference in 2024. So what is the perspective of Gen Z in the zoo environment or a captive animal environment is something which is concerning, at the same time which is very interesting also. As officers and zoo managers, it is a big challenge in front of us to satisfy their requirements, because their requirements are very high. They have exposure of the globe, and to catch up to that spirit is very difficult and challenging if we go in this space with this kind of expertise. Again, a little bit on the legal aspects. So it's a recent judgment which has come up on December 19, 2025. It is a Rajasthan case where the Supreme Court has very clearly mentioned that corporate social responsibility is a mandatory responsibility, especially with respect to environment and conservation. So the government, especially the forest departments across the state, has a very, very strong leeway in utilizing this point and to approach the corporates. So again, the Supreme Court says CSR is a duty and environmental responsibility is inherent in CSR, and you all know fundamental duty of the Constitution. So who do we have as funding sources? So there are lots of funding sources that you're already knowing. So some of them includes these private companies who are eligible under corporate social responsibility limits, and including financial institutions. So that means whoever is banking with you, the banks, RBI, and lots of finance departments, Ministry of Finance institutes and organizations. philanthropies and fundraisers, because we get to mix these fundraisers and philanthropies along with CSR. So these two things are very different, because the philanthropies will take it very personally if you categorize them as CSR, because these are individuals, wealthy people who have the passion to spend for animals and conservation. So very least utilized by us in most of the cases. Crowdsourcing is another very upcoming way of raising money. There are movies which are produced by crowdsourced funds. So the power of crowdsourcing is very big, but we never explored that. Again, government-owned companies, you all already know, we have lots of government-owned Navaratna, Maharatna companies that you are already going and approaching in many cases. And individuals and citizen groups, and most of the zoos in the country, we already have lots of adoption programs, 1-day feeding, 1-month feeding, adoptions, lots of donations campaigns which are getting run. So again, these are all open in front of us. How do we approach is the problem. So we all know till now what do we have and whom to approach. But the problem comes when how we approach. So the first and foremost thing is to make ourselves available in the open world. Unfortunately, that is where government institutes fail very drastically, because we don't put ourselves in the open world. We always work in a silo, and we don't want to project our work, even though we do very good work when compared to many other countries. But we are very shying away from all these things. So build a brand. So we have to build a brand first, saying that yes, I am right there and you all have to see me. So you have to observe me when you are crossing past. So that is something which is very important. Even a very small zoo can do a proper brand building. It is not a very difficult job. Again, relevance in the society is very important. So you have to again and again tell the society that yes, I am very much here and this is what I am doing. So we are already doing a great work. So nobody is going to deny that. Only thing is how we are going to put that in front of the public. So that is very crucial. And building a team, as we all know, we all are passing clouds. We don't stay for more than 2 years, 3 years, maximum 4 years. So that is a challenge in especially zoo management in the country. But yes, that is how the system is. Probably we have to look at it in a different perspective, because as Central Zoo Authority, we can always step in and mandate a minimum duration of time for any officer who is coming and working in at least a large zoo in the country. So that can always be asked upon on the states to mandate it. Maybe it may yield some better results. And also, like how the Election Commission of India selects officers in the Office of Chief Electoral Officers or in the ECI, probably CZA can take up a exercise where officers can be selected and posted, or a clearance can be given when officer is transferred from a zoo or into the zoo. How do you build a team? Yes, that's a major thing. As we all know, in India, especially in the government setup, it's very difficult to get people who are working with respect to marketing or with respect to advertising or communication. So these are things which are catching up slowly. So definitely we may need to have some external support. And this support has to be very wisely chosen, and it requires lots of personal efforts. And the system has to be built so that even if we leave the zoo, the system always runs. So that is something which is important, and we have to empower everybody. So starting from your animal keepers, making them the icons of the zoo, and to talk to the public in front of the public, or making your biologists, making your van drivers, safari drivers. All these people are very, very crucial in the system, because they are the people who are going to stay there for 20, 30 years down the line. So these are the people you really have to train and make the ambassadors of. So what to ask people, especially wildlife conservation programs. So we generally don't ask these things. What we ask is, sir, please give us 2 vehicles, battery operated vehicles, jeeps, give us dustbins, and give us RO units. Or these are very standard asks that we have from our side. And please don't do that mistake. Ask for big things. So you keep your wish big, you ask for larger things, you ask for more meaningful things, so that it sticks into your system and it makes a difference in your zoo. Because again, whatever you are getting as investment has to give returns to you. Yeah. So it is very crucial on what you are going to ask them. So habitat enrichment is something which is I've mentioned. So there are people who are ready to give you shelters for animals also. Maybe smaller landscapes of the whole enclosure can be done from somebody. So we have seen lots of pretty pictures from Ian's presentation. They are expensive. So you have to shell a lot of money. Maybe some corporate will be interested to do that makeover for you. It's like renovating your own house and giving a new interior design kind of a thing. So maybe a corporate can come forward and do a design change for your tiger enclosure or a leopard enclosure or something. Again, environmental education, yes, it's a major thing which is very crucial also. Morning Shukla sir was mentioning about this living laboratories, living classrooms and all. So we have proposed one of such conservation science center in Bangalore, and it is getting lots of welcome. So people are ready to spend on these kinds of projects. So definitely an interpretation center, these kinds of science centers are upcoming. And it is not only you can get money from corporates, but also certain government departments like Department of Science and Technology, Department of Collegiate Education, Department of Higher Education. They have certain funds which you can always leeway on. You can go and approach these officers and they will be happy to help us. So recently we have approached the Collegiate Education and they were happy enough to give me 3 education officers. So that is a big win for us, because otherwise we don't have money to spend on education officers. So again, green infrastructure, it may be anything. So community livelihood support, always about your staff, their welfare, your locality in which you are operating your operations. So any gram panchayat which is there, or a city municipality which is there, what are you giving back to them, or what are you having in symbiosis is very important. Yeah. So nothing is less and nothing is more. So you can always ask for dustbins. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. So the ask is very vast. You can always ask from the smallest bicycles to the aeroplane or a helicopter for your rescue. So it is always there. Define a clear, tangible outcome. So because most of these corporates, what they expect is what do you get in return and how to value that returns. So that is something that we have to always mention, because whenever we do a proposal, we never say what they are going to get in return. So that has to be very explicit, and it has to be documented properly, and consistency in clear communication. So you should put somebody as your face. So it should not be you. It should be somebody below you who is going to be in the system for a long time. That person is going to be a face of the zoo, and that person is going to deal on behalf of you. So in that way, the communication is clear. So the communication is long, and people also have the faith in you that yes, this person is going to stay there, and we are going to have a very clear communication with them. Again, aggressive follow-ups. Definitely, you have to work like a data center, call center person. You have to keep on calling them every day, every week. So asking for updates, asking for clearances from their CSR committee. All these things are always there, and we should not shy away from that. So coming into the zoo field, again, there is no point in seeing your hierarchy and leaving out pennies. So every penny matters for us. Again, sharing is caring. So why I have put this is very important. If you feel that the CSR is not very happy to spend for you, but for somebody else, then be the bridge. So you can always connect that person to some other person that you are going to help. In that way, your network is going to grow, because like that we got lots of CSR supports through networking. So networking is a very crucial space where by helping others you will get lots of help. So Bannerghatta story, because I am not going to tell in depth about what we do. I am only speaking on a global perspective. So I have a very small team. So we have a public relations officer and a marketing manager. Both of them are outsourced. An education officer, assistant executive engineer who is from the public works department. and veterinary officer and RFOs. These are all the people who always come and sit together and discuss when the wish list is getting prepared. So we prepare a wish list, we take what is the requirement from everybody, and then we convert that into a pitch, and then we always go with that pitch to all the CSR companies and people, governments. So we do ghost mailing, and then we don't bother about replies, but whatever reply comes, we tend to convert it. So that is how we work. See, again, a small way forward, because we have to tell what we can do. So I always wish there is a CSR cell at CSRA level for a basic hand holding and a review, because reviewing the CSR always gives a very nice progress, because even though there is no mandate, but definitely if somebody reviews you for your achievements, it will always gives a boost. And preparation of a CSR vision document for the nation for ex situ conservation is something which is very crucial. Maybe the things has to start from the CSRA level, because there are lots of people who are willing to give money to CSRA also. Working group on marketing and communication, again very crucial, where we don't have much of expertise. The government runs in PR, but generally CSRA and zoos, no, not much. Preparation of CSR pitch document for individual zoos. So again, each zoo can have a document which can be prepared. It's a very simple exercise. It's a wish list, and who are the potential donors who are there in the vicinity. And it's not necessary that a person sitting in Bangalore cannot help a person sitting in Nagaland, because my batchmate was asking, can you help me in getting money? Definitely, yes, we can. So that's where networking comes in. So definitely we can spread this and get a better audience to ourselves as a zoo community, which is always possible. Yeah, thank you.
Check. Thank you so very much, Mr. Surya Sen, for your insights into this event. Thank you so much for your inputs. And now I would request Dr. Sanjay Shukla. Sir, please come forward and honor Mr. Surya Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard some beautiful insights by Mr. Surya Sen, and we loved your input, sir. Thank you so very much, especially for giving us remarks like ask for bigger and meaningful things and developing a sense of symbiosis. Many, many thanks, sir. And this is a small token of appreciation for you. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now the lunch is absolutely ready and is served. I request everybody to proceed to have lunch in the designated area. Also, we would again reconvene here at sharp 3 p.m. for the rest of the technical sessions. I request everybody please proceed for lunch and enjoy the rest of the day. I'll be back in a while. Requesting one more time, we will all reconvene here. We will all gather here sharp at 3 p.m. for the rest of the sessions. Thank you so very much. Check. Little more patience, I request. Kindly conclude your lunch at the earliest as soon as possible and join us here in the auditorium. Thank you. I request everybody, the lunch break is almost over. It's actually over and we are concluding the lunch time. Please return to your seats. Please return. So जल्द से जल्द हमें ऑडिटोरियम में ज्वाइन करें. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had great lunch and everybody here is refreshed and re-energized. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few more technical sessions left. So without any further delay, without any further ado, to introduce our next speaker, may I please request Ms. Ritika to come and join me here on the stage. Ritika, over to you.
Welcome back, everyone. So the next session is on the topic evidence-based zoo veterinary care and best practices. This session is being conducted by Dr. Utkarsh Raj Hans, Veterinary Officer, ZZRRC Jamnagar. Dr. Utkarsh Raj Hans is a dedicated veterinary professional with extensive expertise in the care of wildlife, exotic species, and companion animals. He holds a master's degree in veterinary clinical medicine and a postgraduate diploma in wild animal disease management, complemented by specialized proficiency in advanced radio imaging techniques, including CT and MRI. His career has been shaped by hands-on involvement in diagnosing and treating complex medical conditions across diverse species, particularly in conservation and rehabilitation settings. Drawing on this multidisciplinary experience, he remains deeply committed to advancing wildlife conservation and enhancing animal health. May I invite Dr. Utkarsh Raj Hans to kindly present.
So, good afternoon to all. I know it's a very tough time. You had a warm lunch, heavy lunch, and then I'm here with a technical session on veterinary clinical aspects. So it's nothing that you want to have to listen to after a good meal. So just to begin with, I'll be talking on veterinary care that is evidence-based, because when I talk about evidence-based is because when you have a reference to something that you are working on, the things become easy. You can get a knowledge on what you're working on, your diagnostic protocols are sorted, you have a data on which you can really work on. You can draft up species-specific protocols, and that's how you can help the anomaly or help to address to a particular disease of that animal. So for a veterinarian who is working in a zoological setup, it's just not being a clinician or a surgeon. So it is a multifaceted role, wherein he is a wildlife anesthesiologist, he is a diagnostic imaging specialist, he is a conservation officer with the help of all modern medicine out available. He is working always on the epidemiological aspect of the disease surveillance also. The first and the most important thing when it comes to veterinary practices in a zoological setting is the prevention or the preventive medicine. So as everyone says that prevention is better than cure, it should be well considered when you start with your clinical practices. So the first and the foremost thing that you should be doing at a zoological facility is a comprehensive health assessment or examination of an animal, which includes your routine health monitoring like parasitic examinations, your blood works, your radiographs, your ultrasounds on periodic basis, then calibrating and dosing the nutrition and customizing it to the specific requirement of an animal depending upon the age of the life, having strict quarantine protocols and following strict biosecurity protocols in the facility to mitigate with all possible diseases out there. So when you practice as a veterinarian in a zoological facility, the first approach that you should try to inculcate in modern veterinary medicine is to avoid dart first medicine. So how do we achieve it? So we try to have this approach of positive conditioning, wherein we can use couple of modalities that are available and couple of resources that are available to tame and control the behavior of the animal without disturbing his social environment. And that's how we can try to have minimum invasion in his own territory. So there are a couple of images and examples of the restraining devices that we use at our facilities for mega herbivores, for elephants and for giraffes. So couple of positive conditioning or reinforcement techniques that we try to follow is to have like blood collection, trying to have treatments done at the ease of the animal without disturbing too much of his valid environment. Couple of other things that we also are trying to establish and are trying to standardize is the most invasive ways in giraffes is when they are being positively conditioned, and you can work on the condition that that animal has. For example, if the giraffe or any mega herbivore for that matter has lameness or inflammation, you can pull your laser up and then you can walk up in front of that animal. The animal will be in his own territory, and then you will be doing a laser therapy, or maybe you want to do a podiatry session, you can do it easily. So that's what we are trying to standardize, and that's what we are working on. The next aspect to the clinical practices is the diagnostic, which is very important when it comes to having a proper evidence-based practice. So the first thing is the good laboratory setup. So what we are trying to achieve here at our facility is that instead of having a single in place centralized laboratory facility, we are on the go lab facilities or diagnostic tools like iStat machines or Epoch machines, which gives you instantaneous results within 2 minutes of time. And when it is a case of emergency, you can really look up to it, and then you get an idea of what's going on with that animal, and that's how you can draw your treatments on. Other complex diagnostics includes the CT and MRI, which is not well exploited in wildlife medicine as of now. There are various species that they undergo CTs or MRIs, but most of the other species are yet to be explored. So we are trying to build up a database which can act as a guideline for rest of other colleague veterinarians, and they can work their craft on. Couple of unconventional clinical managemental approaches that we carry at Vantara is the laser therapy, as I told you, the acupuncture, whether it's the aqueous form of acupuncture, whether it's the dry needle form. So we give it a try. Then electrochemotherapy is something that we have started recently to treat localized tumors. Then echocardiography of a couple of animals to have a standardized database, and again to address a particular serious problem when it is not even in its aggressive stage. So this is ECT or electrochemotherapy that I was talking about. Another aspect is blood transfusion. That's what we are doing very frequently, and we are trying to establish a blood bank for different species, whether it's the carnivores, whether it is the herbivores. We are doing the blood typing. We are trying to do a proper antigenic typing of the blood components, and then we're trying to establish the protocols for blood transfusion in different species. And then it is hemodialysis. So this is something that we tried it for the first time in a cheetah at our facility. This was a case of acute kidney disease, and this animal was not responding to any of the conventional therapies that is listed out there. So the very good approach was to have a hemodialysis done, and that's what we went with. We had a couple of sessions of hemodialysis, and then there was a tailor-made diet by Dr. Petra, and the animal is completely fine with the diets and control environment. So other modalities, diagnostic modalities that we also use is the endoscopy. In terms of treatment, we focus on dentistry. That is very important in whether it's a carnivore or an herbivore, because teeth is something that you should be taking care of in any given facility. Then the next important aspect of a veterinary care or management is the reproductive health or the population management. So in order to have a good and a strong captive breeding program, you need to have a good population of the parent stock. You need to have your record keeping done properly. You need to have good data on what pair you are putting in for the captive breeding programs, and couple of all these diagnostic methods help you to determine what kind of anomaly, whether it is genetical, congenital, to diagnose it really early stage of life. So these are a couple of cases wherein we did in neonatal care also. So see, veterinary care is not a single person's role. So it is an integrated role wherein the biologists, the keepers, the security surveillance that we have at our facilities is working together to put into all the behavioral patterns of the animal to give us a real-time update on the intake of that particular individual. To have this data at a very ease and at the disposal is really very appreciable, because you need to get a chance to build up your treatment line of treatment, and then you can think and you can be confident enough of speaking about the prognosis of that particular condition. So the future trend to evidence-based veterinary practices should be something that is again an integrated approach with an AI integration of advanced imaging. There has to be improved assessment tools. That's what we are trying to do at our facilities with the help of indigenously built applications. And that's how we can build up a great future together for the conservation breeding. So the crux of entire talk is that evidence-based veterinary practices are not an optional thing, they are must. So even if you have come across a particular case or particular disease in your past practices, but not necessarily the lesions or the symptoms or the presentation will be the same. So you need to have the data with you, you need to have a team that is working around the clock, and then that's how you can analyze the situation, and that's how you can come across with a proper line of treatment. And this data-driven approach will help us to improve the welfare towards the animal and to have good conversion outcomes. So that's it on my part. I think I did not bore you, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful section. And I would like to invite Sir Amitabh Agnihotri, retired PCCEF and Director of Madhya Pradesh, to honor Director Utkarsh for his presentation by providing the memento. Would like to give great round of applause for him for his presentation. Moving forward to the next presentation, which will be jointly presented by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, Senior Consultant of Central Zoo Authority, and Ms. Ritika Prasad, Advocate with an extensive experience of practice before various judicial and quasi-judicial forums, including Honorable Supreme Court of India. Presently, she is working as Law Officer at Central Zoo Authority. I would like to call Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla and Ms. Ritika Prasad to present on the topic Contemporary Legal Updates and Issues with Respect to Zoos in India.
Hello again. I think the presentation is not visible, sir. So, by way of introduction, I am Law Officer at Central Zoo Authority, and it is nothing more than an honor to be sharing stage with Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla to be presenting on contemporary legal updates and challenges with respect to zoos in India. So the specific components of today's presentation are Wildlife Protection Act, Amendment Act of 2023, specifically focusing on the CITES provisions. Now, many of you all who are present here working in the Forest Department, we need to be aware of the CITES Convention and the basic rules and regulations that are therein, as India is a signatory to the convention as well. This particular segment is going to be taken by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla himself, and next we'll move on to the landmark judgments and some contemporary issues with respect to zoos in India that is going to be taken by me. I would now request Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla to kindly take the stage. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritika, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So I'll be very brief, and I'll be discussing only about the provisions which were incorporated into the Wildlife Protection Act by an amendment in 2023. The background of having the CITES thing incorporated into Wildlife Protection Act was that India is a signatory to CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. So since 1976, India is a signatory. But there were certain issues related to the trading of the wildlife, maybe the living specimens, as well as the wildlife articles. Being a signatory, it is a mandatory requirement to have a sustainable, legal, and traceable trade with other countries from which we are either acquiring, either importing or exporting the living specimens. It became a legal obligation on India to incorporate the provisions in our legal system, because India also has these biodiversity hotspots in our country, and from India also many of the species are illegally trafficked out, and similarly many of the species, they were coming into our country illegally, and that included also some of the invasive alien species, so that maybe could have disrupted the local ecosystem here. So it was mandatory to make provisions in the Wildlife Protection Act. So what is the exactly process all about? So what we did was in 2023 with that amendment, we changed the schedules which were there in the Wildlife Protection Act, in which all the species, native species, were listed. So earlier there were 4 schedules, now we had 2 schedules for Schedule 1 and 2, and all the appendices of the CITES, they were included in the Schedule 4. Now the process is, like I have already mentioned, that it has to be sustainable, it has to be legal, and it has to be traceable. So there has to be a system in place where you can apply for either import or export of either living specimen or wildlife articles. So as an importing country, many of our zoo, they acquire many of the living specimen from many other countries, maybe either from a zoo or from a rescue facility, or some animals which have been confiscated by way and they have been kept in some rehabilitation facility. So any of such animal which is to be imported in our country, so there are larger facilities like GZRRC, and then are some of our big zoo like Banerghatta, Mysore Zoo, Chennai, Nandankanan. So there were many proposals which come to us. So now the process is that the country or the zoo which is importing such animals, they'll submit an application to DGFT. The application comes to Central Zoo Authority for verification of one thing, that whether that animal is there in the collection plan or not. Only if the collection plan, that the animal is there in the collection plan, then it will be having the housing for that species. It should be there in the layout plan also. For the rescue center, because many of these rescues are incidental, so there is not a mandatory requirement as such for any particular specific species. But again, you need to have some sort of planning taxa-wise, so that at least you have some system in place in your facility where you know like which taxa has got so much of facility in your rescue center or rehabilitation center, and how many of the places are occupied and how many animals more you can acquire. So that sort of information you need to have, and this is seen by the Central Zoo Authority. They examine the proposal and they send the recommendation to the CMA or the CITES Management Authority, which is in the ministry. The proposal which comes to DGFT, it is submitted digitally, it comes to CMA, and from CMA it is sent to CZA as a scientific authority for their inputs. So as a scientific authority, CZA give their input for one thing, that they have got that facility which is acquiring those animals or importing that animals that has got sufficient or ample space available for that species. Then they have the required human resource available with them in terms of experts, in terms of veterinarians, the biologists, and the keepers to take care of those animals. So this is one of the requirement. Then the NOC is given by CZA to CMA. Now CMA examines like from which appendix this animal, in which appendix this animal is listed. Because normally trading is not allowed, any commercial trading is not allowed for the animals which are listed in Appendix 1. Again, in certain cases it is allowed, but it has not to be commercial. There has not to be any commercial angle if the animals in the Appendix 1 are to be allowed. Again, it is to be seen that taking out those animals from that country or from that facility does not have any detrimental effect to the native population there or their survival in the wild. So this has to be ensured that when we give permission for any Appendix 1 animal, so it has not to be detrimental. So that's why the word sustainable I used earlier. So sustainability and then legality. Now legal thing has become, once it became the part of the Wildlife Protection Act. So these two things are ensured. Now traceability. Normally we give the import permission or the import permit based on the export permit issued for the Appendix 1 animals. Now the CMA has to do the due diligence to ensure that the animals which are coming have a valid document with them. Valid document means that export permit is genuine. Again, it has been issued maybe in cases like normally in any permit you will see two things. One is the source code, another is the purpose code. So source code for Appendix 1, it has to be captive bred. It cannot be wild caught for which the permission can be given. So it has to be captive bred. I'm taking too much of time, so I'll cut short. Thank you. So it has to be captive bred only. And the purpose is like for if it's coming for rehabilitation, it would not be coming for breeding or with any commercial angle. It has to be only, the acquisition can only be for scientific purpose or for the rehabilitation purpose. So these things. Now the risk evaluation criteria I've already told, it should not be detrimental to the native population. Documentation and record keeping. So there are, like I have mentioned, two eCites and ASCUDA. So ASCUDA is this automated system for custom data. So there is also a database maintained by internationally by the Customs Department. And similarly, eCites India has again to become the digitally compliant to eCites, which is still is not there in the place in our country as such. So eCites and ASCUDA, they are the two systems for maintaining the data digitally. Then border control and inspection, because whenever any consignment comes based on that import permit which is issued, so you have to examine that the import permit which is issued is for the same animals which have come in the consignment. There are many times, and it is mandatory to have the marking numbers. So that has to be verified by the WCCB people or the customs people at the border, and this inspection has to be done. Reporting and feedback. So I have already explained why this amendment was needed, just to curb the illegal wildlife trade and trafficking and need to regulate the international trade. And one of the major was there was an international obligation on us. So I'll just stop here. I'll request Ritika to, there are many slides, but I'll conclude here only. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. I understand that we are running short on time, and therefore there is a lot of judgments which set precedent in the specifically in the ex-situ conservation jurisprudence. However, I've shortlisted only 4 cases which I think are landmark and form the basis of ex-situ conservation in Indian jurisprudence. So the first case is State of Bihar versus Murad Ali Khan. It's an old case of 1988. In this case, a person had killed a captive wild animal, and 2 cases were registered against him. One was a criminal offense under the criminal code, and another was registered by a forest range officer under the environmental law. Now, when the case went to the High Court quashed the proceeding under the environmental law, applying the principle of double jeopardy. Now, for those of you who are not aware, the principle of double jeopardy is where a person cannot be prosecuted twice for more than one offense. So, however, when this case went to the Supreme Court took a very looked into it in a very wide angle. So, in the Supreme Court judgment, it can be interpreted that even though killing a wild animal can per se be a criminal offense, can very well be prosecuted under the criminal code, but because of the ecological significance attached to it and because of the conservation science that is there in place, there is an extra layer of ecological scrutiny that has to be taken into place. Therefore, the case which was registered under the environmental law, under Wildlife Protection Act, was revamped in the Supreme Court judgment. Next, I would like to move into Animal Welfare Board of India versus A. Nagaraja. This is a landmark judgment, and most of you must be aware where the practice of Jallikattu was prohibited. Although in 2023, the practice was another constitutional bench of the Supreme Court lifted the ban with certain conditions. But this particular judgment in 2014 set a very important precedent, and I would just like to focus on three things. So firstly, for the very first time, scope of Article 21. Now, Article 21 has in language has been only limited to people. It is protection of life and personal liberty attached to people. But this scope was expanded to wild animals. And second, the court noticed that moving forward, we have to take an anthropocentric approach. We have to move from an anthropocentric approach, that is a human-centered approach, to ecocentric approach whenever we are looking into any case with respect to wildlife per se. And thirdly, an international principle of 5 rights of animals was enforced in Indian law. Now, what are these 5 rights? It's freedom from hunger, thirst, and malnutrition, freedom from fear and distress, freedom from physical pain, injury, and disease, and freedom to express normal behavior. Another is freedom from exploitation and abuse. So, this was rather very important because an international principle has been introduced and enforced in the Indian law, and we can see the application of it in this particular judgment of Center of Environmental Law versus Union of India, where it was held that essentially the case was against illegal trades of captive animals, and that is why it becomes rather important here, because we are essentially dealing with captive animals. It was held that even though animals are captive, they do not lose the status of wildlife. And therefore, there are certain rights, as we had discussed in the previous slide, that are impairment and that are always attached with them, even though if they are confined under human watch. Another important thing was precautionary and preventive principle, which is an important principle in the environmental law, which was applied over here. For those of you who don't know, the precautionary principle advocates taking protective action against potential serious or irreversible harm, even when scientific evidence is uncertain. And preventive principle aims to avoid known risks by reducing or regulating activities that could cause damage. So, after this case, now T.N. Godavarman is the 4th case that I would like to focus on, and I'm sure that most of the people here would be aware that the precedent that was held in it. This is by far the biggest landmark judgment that we can consider in environmental law. And 3 things that I would like to focus on is the expansion of definition of forest. So in this judgment, forest was redefined to include any land fitting the dictionary definition, regardless of ownership and halted unapproved non-forestry activity, and in this case, non-forestry activities were halted. If we think about from the point of law, it is rather important because a continuous mandamus was placed in 1995 when this judgment, when the order in this judgment was pronounced. So Supreme Court adopted this approach to monitor the implementation of environmental regulation over time and just not passing a single order and closing it there. So even till today, Goda Varman is still going on. There are several orders passed passed again and again, continuing the jurisprudence. Next is the institutional mechanism. In order to enforce this continuing mandamus, a central empowered committee was constituted by the virtue of this judgment, who supervises the enforcement of these orders. Now, these were the 4 basic landmark judgments that I wanted to address in this short amount of time. Coming to contemporary legal issues with respect to zoos in India. Now there is a case, Ashok Kumar Sharma, that I'm assuming that most of the people here are aware of, that had created sort of a roadblock for establishment of zoos in India. What happened in this case was that the Forest Amendment Act of 2023 was challenged, and by the order dated 19th of February 2024, the Supreme Court had passed an interim direction requiring prior Supreme Court approval for establishment of zoos and safaris in forest areas outside protected areas. So any new establishment had to move to the Supreme Court for their establishment. So there was a stay that was there in place. Now the court also further clarified in para 25 that the direction was interim in nature and shall hold the field only till the final judgment of the coordinate bench led by Justice Gavai, who has recently retired. So in last year in November, on 17th November 2025, Justice Gavai, the coordinate bench of the Justice Gavai had passed an order in the Corbett Tiger Reserve matter. However, there was certain ambiguity because this particular stay was not addressed in this judgment. So Central Zoo Authority moved to seek a legal opinion from the Additional Solicitor General Aishwarya Bharti ma'am. And it has been opined by Aishwarya Bharti ma'am that there is, by virtue of the order in the coordinate bench, there is no impediment by the Central Zoo Authority to process zoo establishment proposals. Therefore, in a way, the stay has been vacated. It was also opined by Aishwarya Bharti ma'am that in line with the coordinate bench judgment, a new guideline should be framed, and Central Zoo Authority at the moment is in process of framing those guidelines. Coming to the last slide. So that was the biggest contemporary issue. Yes, sir. Just to cut short, coming to the last slide, that was the biggest contemporary issue that was there in place. And as a law officer, I get a lot of cases where there is alleged mismanagement, allegations of alleged mismanagement in zoos are consistently challenged. So these are certain guidelines of the Central Zoo Authority that are written and should be strictly adhered to. And prompt compliance to CZA observations in evaluation reports are always required from zoo management. That is it from my side, and if there are any queries, I and Dr. Shukla would. Sir, can we give a mic, sir? Sorry, sir? Naveen Raheja case. Right, sir. Yes, sir. Precisely, sir. Yes, sir. And in fact, the recent case in Ashok Sharma where the stay was granted is rather contemporary, and Naveen Raheja is quite an old precedent. Yes, sir.
So 202 is still running. So when you spell out, the number actually gets into the mind.
Yes, sir.
So whenever you're talking about legal aspects, spell out the writ petition number. That stays in the mind rather than the person who has filed or where it stands.
Point very well taken, sir. The citations of the case have been mentioned in the presentation, but I will definitely make sure that they are spelled out in the presentations from the next time. Thank you so much, sir. Is that it?
So I'm happy in none of the sessions we had any sort of response from the audience. So thank you so much. This is the first response since morning we have got. Very nice. Thank you. So,
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla sir and Ms. Ritika Prasann for your wonderful presentation. And I would like to ask Sanjay Kumar Shukla sir to give memento for Ms. Ritika Prasann.
So our next session is on science-driven zoo animal nutrition and feeding systems. It's being presented by Dr. Petra Wolf. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct, ma'am. Professor Petra Wolf. I'm so sorry. Professor Dr. Petra Wolf, a board-certified veterinarian and diplomat of the European College of Veterinary and Comparative Nutrition, is Professor of Nutrients Physiology and Animal Nutrition at the University of Rostock, Germany. With over 25 years of expertise, she has worked at the Institutes of Animal Nutrition at the Free University of Berlin and the University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, and is an active speaker and author offering nutritional counseling for multiple species. May I invite Dr. Professor Petra Wolf to address the gathering.
So first of all, thank you very much for the nice introduction. I feel honored that I'm here today. And before I start my talk, I would like to emphasize, I don't want to say everything what we did till now was bad. But we have to go ahead and break up with some traditional nutritional items. And what happened in the past? The traditional feeding, and I love this sentence, we do it as we always did. You can't imagine how many fights I have to fight to solve this problem. And we are following popular trends. And when I speak to the keeper loves the animals. And they are telling me, ma'am, let offer what they like. That's one of our biggest issues. The keeper is on ground, so we have to take care of what they are doing. And I call it 3-point method. He is eating, he is digesting, and he survives. So what? Why should we improve the nutrition? And I want to show you that nutrition is much, much more than to offer food and to take it out on the next day and have a look if the animal has survived. So in the future, we should come with requirements. We should calculate. And I want to give you a short overview that it's not so difficult as you sometimes assume. So we will speak about ingestion, mechanical digestion, mental well-being, digestion by enzymes and microbiota, and the elimination. I'm sorry for that, but I hope you can read it. And all of this is also influenced by the species, by the age, performance, and the history. So let's go ahead and we start with ingestion. Why I mention it? First of all, and this starts in the kitchen. It starts not in the field. Have a look what's coming on site. Control the meat in the morning. And in between we have a FOSS system, so we can analyze immediately what's coming. And I put sugar on the sides just to show you how much sugar is in banana and oranges and so on, and how less sugar is in vegetables. The meat, it's done by a short look. Go if you have lean meat or you have fat portions in the meat. If you have a high amount of fat, fat means energy, you can drop down the amount. And only this step, when you consider this step, you can reduce the amount for lions and tigers by 40%. What I observe is each day the keeper have a table, give 2 kg. But if you have a fatty meat, you can reduce to 1 or 0.6 kg. And it's a big, big difference. Another one, check data. I'm a friend of data. When I ask the keeper, is this animal eating? Of course. Yes, everything is fine. I trust data. And here you see some data. We have new arrivals, and the keeper takes the leftovers out. And then he put the leftover in a bucket. That is done in each zoo. But what happened when you put the bucket on a scale? You get immediately the amount of leftover. You know what was offered, you know what are the leftover, and then you can calculate easily the aerial intake. And then you see here, we have sometimes a red flag. So I can give the information to the doctors, please check animal in cage 15, 20, 25. Anything is going on, this animal is not eating properly. Another point, we have spoken today about breeding. For example, here we have gray parrots. 2 weeks before the first egg is laid, the feed intake is doubled. So immediately you can see the feed intake goes up, and then you are prepared, first egg is coming, prepare incubator and so on. In other animals, for example in elephants, you know exactly around 2 weeks before birth is given, the feed intake drops down. Some of the animals start to choose more the protein-rich items. So it's very easy to give the doctors a rough estimation when you expect the birth. Another point is breeding condition. When we have the amount what the animals are eating, we can have a bigger breeding success than before. You see here one of the research of Christopher about the rhinos. Let's come to the mechanical digestion. Why is this so important? Everybody who is feeding parrots knows we have 2 points. Parrots choose the seeds they like, it's mainly sunflower seeds, and they deshell and dehusk. So when I want to calculate what is the energy intake, what is the fat intake, I have to know the chemical composition of the kernels. And this is a calculation program. It's very easy. You can do it by yourself as a normal Excel file. You have to know how high is the shell proportion. Then you calculate the shells out, and then you have the ingredients in the kernel mix that is really eaten by the animals. And that's very important. Another one is well-being. How was your feeling after lunch? Who was happy? Nobody. Everybody is smiling, so I believe you agree you feel better when you had good lunch. If you eat chocolate, you feel really happy. That is because we have substances in chocolate that are metabolized. There's a lot of research, for example, if you offer browse to monkeys, they become more happy. How can I estimate that? How can I measure it? I am in a research project with colleagues from Italy, and we make researches in horses and other animals, and we found some of ingredients are metabolized, and we have substances like cannabinoids, and they make happy. So I can choose different items to make the animals happy. Digestion. First of all, we have a digestion by enzymes, and we have to consider the microbiota. And there's a lot of research going on in the human area at the moment. Healthy gut, healthy human, and we can transfer that also to the animals. So let's start with the digestion. I don't want to go into the detail, but I want to tell you, for example, sugar is digested mainly in the small intestine. Now I offer bananas, apples, oranges, as I see in a lot of zoos. Then I offer too much sugar. The digestion capacity is overloaded, and the sugar goes to the large intestine. In the large intestine, the sugar disturbs the microbiota. Animals, the immune system is suppressed, and suddenly animals become sick that have been fine before. And sugar has the possibility to take water from the body into the gut. And then you see this feces. What happened now? The keeper informed the doctor. The doctor is coming, oh, animal has diarrhea, and is giving an antibiotic. That's a normal behavior sometimes. And then with the antibiotica, you destroy the microbiota, and it becomes more and more and more worse. If you see such feces, put a pH stick in, and when the pH is very low, you know it's sugar-caused diarrhea, and you can manage the nutrition. Another point, I've spoken about the microbiota. Sometimes we are not feeding the animals, we are feeding the microbiota. And there is a lot of research about probiotica, and everybody's promising when you use this probiotica, the animal will become fine, becomes healthy. Maybe, but then you have to know what is the natural microbiota of this animal. This is research in African. We will do that in the future in the Asian elephants. They looked till now in the feces of the animals in captivity. Is that the right microbiota? I don't believe. We should go to the elephants in the wild, take their dung, check the microbiota, and this we should mimic in captivity. Let's come to the next point, elimination. As a nutritionist, when I go in Vantara in the morning, I'm looking always in the dung. The keepers are always laughing. Madam is more interested in the dung than in flowers. But the dung gives you so much information. And also the urine. When you see that the urine here in elephants, but you see the same in big cats, becomes a little bit white, a little bit milky, then think about calcium. We have a special calcium metabolism, so normally you get a little bit calcium from the gut into the body, but if you give more and more and more calcium, then it is more digested and it goes via bladder and urine out. Another point, feces. Here I show you the dung of elephants, and what we are doing is we put them on sea towers. Then we shake them and we estimate the particle size distribution. And you see here on the left side, this is normal. And when the particles becomes a little bit longer, macroscopical not to see, but in the analysis, then you can say there's any issue with the teeth. So this is a general. And now we have the influences. Why is this so important? I show you here an example for elephants. I can analyze and calculate the diet on the table, but we have individual influences. And each of our elephants has his own diet. And you see how we calculate. We have the body condition score, we have the body weight, we have the activity. They are going on a walk. Even for this, I can calculate the energy requirement, and then I can manage it properly. And then after a while, I got a feedback from the biologist, and body condition score is now fine or not fine, and then we can adapt again. Or here, during lactation, it's always a question, is the baby, the suckling baby, is it getting enough or not? We should be proactive and not reactive. So here in this case, we stop the suckling time, and I know how much is taken per minute, so I can calculate the intake, and then I can prepare the diet for the mother in lactation. And we did this, and our Okapi with twins was able to manage by herself. So this is a short overview. You see, nutrition is much, much more than only offer food. There are a lot of things we have to consider, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you. I just want to say here's a second contribution with a question. Yeah, please.
So you mentioned that if the fat content in meat is more, the quantity of the meat can be reduced by, say, if it is what you mentioned, I think by around 60-70% it can be reduced. So when you reduce the quantity of food, what about the satiety mechanisms of the animals? Will they, so because they're used to eating a certain quantity, right? So how do you actually deal with that?
We should say goodbye to the feeding system that the animal have to get it on daily basis and in huge amount. Look in the wild. The lion is getting it. They eat 10 to 12, 15, 20 kg, and then a few days nothing. So we should change. We offer always on the same time. You can see the lion start fighting 15 minutes before normal feeding time. Change the time. That's enrichment. One day you give it at 8 o'clock, next day you give it at 4 o'clock. And there is no problem. Look, give them enrichment, make them active. Don't do it by feed. I have sometimes the feeling they feed so much that the lions are so tired and lay down, and that's not normal feed intake behavior. When we mimic in the wild, they are getting, sometimes they're getting less, sometimes they got nothing. That's normal.
So, but one has to transition from a regular diet, right? So, for example, in say, let us consider a situation where an animal is given 6 kilograms of meat per day for the last 10 years. Mm-hmm. So, before we transition into reducing quantities based on the fat content, so they have to be transitioned to a more dynamic feeding system, and then...
No, it's not needed. We analyze the enzyme capacity, and they switch within a few hours from one feeding to another. For example, we are giving to birds always sunflower. What would happen when we give suddenly millets? Can they digest? And we checked that they switched. The pancreatic tissue is very fast and switched from one feeding to another feeding. That's no problem. And of course, we expected also when you offer fatty meat at the moment, they get diarrhea. The fat digestion in big cats is 80 to 90%. They can handle it very easy.
Thank you.
You are not loud enough.
Yeah. If I are switching over to the fatty meat, what is your suggestion to add any calcium supplementations for cats?
You take a bone. We have in our kitchen we have a bone grinder, so we take the natural bone and put it on it.
So you are suggesting that bone meal along with the fatty meat, not only single fatty meat meal.
No. I'm not a friend of only giving meat because they swell off very fast, and then when we measure the feeding time, make them busy. Offer them a bone with meat on it. And it takes hours. Tony Greenwood was the first one who gave half of goats, half of calves, for example, and they have been busy over hours. And then everybody's concerned, yeah, but when we let the meat for a long time in the enclosure, the meat will spoil. We check that. We take a sample when the meat arrived. After 2 hours a sample, 4 hours, 6 hours, 5 hours, nothing happened. And the pH in the stomach is 2.0. It's so low that they kill all of bacteria that's coming. Otherwise, lions and tiger wouldn't survive in the wild.
Got it. So one more question regarding the white dark color urine from elephants.
Sorry.
The white color urine from elephant, you suggested that the calcium rich may leads to stone formations. What is your suggestion if the animal passing like that means what can we do to overcome the situation?
Check the diet. It's mainly when you have a diet with high amounts of alfalfa, because alfalfa is rich in protein at the same time very high in calcium. So take care of this. And it's not needed to calculate. And you can make it very easily. You take this urine and mix it with an acid, because calcium carbonate and HCl gives feel to CO2. That is sparkling water. You can see that immediately. It's a very easy test.
Good. Thank you.
Suffering from colic pain. Actually, what has happened that it was taking his bath in a pond full of mud. When the stool was examined, it was found that there was mite infestation. So how it can be that the mice can come through the stool, which is an ectoparasite, and after treatment with ivermectin, the elephant calf recovered. So that was what we were telling, that from the dung, it was many things can be found. So, but it was very ridiculous to me that how the mice come inside the dung of that elephant calf.
Nice question. I have not an answer immediately, but let me in contact and let's discuss this case. Normally, they should handle it. Babies are playing in dung. When I remember, I was very young. I was never clean when I came home. I was so dirty, and I had no problems. Now, when you see the young children, always disinfection and. The immune system is never confronted with all of this. Maybe sometimes we have our enclosures too clean. Force a little bit of microbiota. But I will think about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your interesting and knowledgeable presentation on animal nutrition and feeding system. Once again, I would like to call Dr. Sanjeet Kumar, Director of National Zoological Park, to give momentum to Dr. Petra Wolf. Let's give a great round of applause to her. Moving ahead to the last presentation of the day by Dr. Zupini Sangai, who is an IFS officer of 2013 batch, Nagaland cadre, currently serving as Director of the Nagaland Zoological Park. It gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Zupini to the stage and truly looking forward to her presentation on conservation of blind tragopan success story.
Respected Member Secretary CZA, Dr. Clement Ben, sir, Dr. Sanjay Shukla, Consultant, CZA, Chief Wildlife Warden of different states, zoo directors, and expert from Vantara. A very good evening to all of you. I express my sincere appreciation and thanks to the CZA for giving me an opportunity to speak on this beautiful bird. It has been an honor to share this presentation on conservation of Bleached Tragopan, a success story. Introduction of this bird. This bird is a brilliantly colored pheasant, largest of all, and is found in the forests of Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, and Manipur in the northeastern state. It is of significant importance to Nagaland because it is a state bird of Nagaland, and this species is also considered as classed as vulnerable by IUCN due to the habitat loss and hunting pressures. And the conservation efforts by starting this conservation breeding center at Kohima in Nagaland is critical for the survival of this precious bird. This bird also holds a very importance in cultural aspect of local Naga tribe because it is mentioned in folklore also and is considered as a symbol of pride. This breeding center was established in 2012 in Kohima, which was earlier Kohima Zoo. The coordinating zoo is Nagaland Zoological Park, Rangapahar. With the following objective, it was started. That is, first is ex situ conservation for the purpose of conserving the gene pool, as well as to strengthen the infrastructure for the management of breeding center, to act as rescue and rehabilitation to the injured, as well as abundant tragopan which are rescued from the wild to complement the conservation pheasantry, as well as to carry out some model research on their habitat, behavior, and breeding biology in captivity to ensure their survival, as well as to induce natural breeding in the conservation of this bird. So this is our Bleached Tragopan Breeding Center. Our former member secretary has come and visited in 2022. The staff strength of this conservation center consists of range officer, one deputy ranger, one forester, one forest guard and gangman, and the zoo biologist is full-time, Miss Kanili, and zoo attendant 2 and a visiting veterinarian. This conservation breeding center has started with 7 founder stock, 2 male and 5 female. The genetic screening of this 7 founder species shows that they have 4 distinct types, that is haplotypes, 4 distinct haplotypes, H1, H2, and H3 and H4. And what we have found out that there is moderate genetic diversity has been observed, as well as the sample 185 and 187. They are found to be genetically distinct as well as more vibrant. From 2012 to 15, the breeding was not successful. But 2016, we could successfully manage the natural breeding and hatching of Pleats tragopan. 2 chicks successfully hatch out naturally, with 1 chick fully fledged successfully, which demonstrate that the captive breeding of this highly sensitive bird is achievable with proper management. These are some habitat as well as enrichment design that we need. This is very critical for the bird for this breeding. So we have ensured that these are some of the existing habitat management practices which we have been doing in our conservation center. That is natural close design which reflects the altitude preferences of the birds. So the enclosure has been set up in a very high altitude, around 1,600 meters above the sea level, from the gate to the place where we have the enclosure, and with minimum human disturbance approach. And we also provide elevated nesting areas just to mimic the natural behavior of nesting. And we also provide them cool, moist environment. That is also very important. So it has been established in Kohima. And the another aspect is perch and plant integration is also very important. We tried this multi-level wood perches made with natural woods, as well as that also made with at different heights, which is used for nighttime perching or nighttime roosting behavior. And the corners are sheltered with some thick vegetation for this breeding season privacy for these birds, as well as we added some native shrubs and hardy plants and fruit-bearing trees like musa, cherry, rapitophora, dwarf lily turf, mulberry trees, which are grown inside the enclosure. These are some of the enrichments that we have been doing in our breeding center. The food and feeding consists of fruits, primarily it is seasonal, and some vegetables like lettuce, mustard, cabbage, as well as some greens, and also sprouts from mung bean, wheat, ragi. And proteins, mostly from the boiled eggs, small quantity of boiled eggs and silkworms are being fed to the birds, as well as some grains like broken rice, maize, and black gram. Another additional diet for the chicks are mostly termites. We feed them after hatching out, and silkworm, as well as finisher and starter feeds that we usually provide them. The timing of feeding them is usually 6 to 7 in the morning, as well as the source of some greens, which we also, portion of them are collected from in and around the enclosure. Nearby the enclosure is a forested area, so we collect from them and fed to the birds. The maintenance and husbandry practices that we usually do is daily spot cleaning of enclosures and sterilization of the water and food plates. Food pots are installed to prevent cross-contamination and infection. Routine deworming after every 6 months, as well as pre-breeding health monitoring is very important. We also give them veterinary prescribed supplements. The enclosures are disinfected with a solution of potassium permanganate. Perches and surface areas are also disinfected annually with calcium oxide and slack-lime. These are some common parasitic infections. Some common diseases which we have seen is gastrointestinal infection. Mostly it will be protozoa or bacterial. So under such condition, we can observe the birds with abnormal droppings, weight loss, loss of appetite, lethargy, and dull plumage. So under this, the treatment protocol mostly consists of giving them veterinary supervised antiparasitic medications or antibiotics, and with some diet adjustment and supportive care. Preventive measures, usually we go for this deworming after every 6 months with rigorous enclosure sanitations, as well as feed quality testing, water treatment, and quarantine of new birds. Monitoring efforts are like regular fecal examinations, daily health observation, and post-treatment follow-up assessment. For breeding success of this Pleats tragopan, most important step is to ensure the nesting platform preparation. So the platforms are designed in such a way that they will mimic some natural nesting condition, but it should also offer protection and stability to the birds. Preparation of the nest is very important because that nest should create a secure and naturalistic environment to encourage the female Pleats tragopan to incubate the eggs. So we in the bamboo basket, we line them with soft insulating materials such as dry leaves, moss, and fine grasses, which are sourced from the natural habitat of this pleats dragoban like Konoma Conservation Area and Zileke. And then they form, like, we put them in the basket, which mimics wild nest. And attention is also given to camouflage the nest with using twigs and foliage to cover as well as to reduce the stress. The breeding season timeline is also very important because without knowing this, we cannot go for breeding the birds. So this courtship starts with, these are some of the few observations that we have done. Like courtship and display starts usually in March to April. And the male started performing some colorful displays with deep hooting calls to attract the females. Then mating period occurs from April through May, but it starts from March also. The males started flamboyantly, and then the females will start selecting the mates based on the display quality. The egg laying will start from March to May, and typically 2 to 4 eggs are laid per clutch in the nest, and incubation lasts for around 28 to 26 days. Hatching and chick rearing is like starting from May to June. The chicks are precocial. They are able to mobile, they run, they're mobile soon after they hatch out and follows the hen, and the male doesn't provide any post-parental care. This is the breeding status of our breeding center of pleats dragoban in the last year, 2016 to 25. 2016, 2 chicks hatch out, 2020, 2, 2021, 3, 2022, 4, 2023, 5, 2024, 3, and 2025, 4. So between 2016 and 2025, a total of 23 hatchling was successfully emerged from carefully managed pair. Currently, 15 individuals remain alive till date. This is also the year-wise breeding result. How many number of eggs are laid, number of breeding females used, as well as how many have hatched out from that. So the breeding was reported unsuccessful from 2017 to 2019. It was successful in 16, but 17 to 20, there was no successful breeding. But after that, 2020 to 25, it has been very successful till date. This is the present status or the current population of pleats dragoban in our center. There are 24 captive dragoban birds, out of which 11 are adult, 9 are female, and 4 are juvenile. This is the present population in our breeding center. This is the pedigree chart of all the birds held in captivity since inception of conservation breeding program, with details on the mating from founder to the present generation. Right now, we have 24 number, 11 male, 9 female, and 4 juvenile. These are the infrastructure which is available at our center. We have 5 number of enclosures. 3 are old ones and 2 are new ones now. This is the new enclosure which was funded by the CZA in the year 2023, and it has been completed and in active use since 2024. Apart from the conservation breeding, this education and awareness also plays a very important part and integral part of conservation efforts. Our breeding center invites trainees from State Forest Institute from different states. They come and visit school students from in and around the state, as well as NGO villagers from the village community, bird watchers, bird lovers, as well as IFS officers, then IAS probationers also. They come and visit our these breeding centers, and they have the opportunity to tour the pheasantry as well as listen to the talk on the birds by our biologists. Apart from all this, we also celebrate this Wildlife Day, Wildlife Week, as well as World Environment Day. The challenges that we face, that is technical. There is like lack of incubator and technology like surveillance camera to monitor the sensitive birds, especially during the breeding season. The infrastructure, we have only basic utilities, and we rely mostly on the natural hatching. Genetic and breeding is like a low productive success. Many birds, after laying eggs, they do not successfully lay on the, means they do not brood, so that few chicks are hatch out and few chicks gets matured, so genetic diversity is hard to maintain, and administration is shortage of skilled person with this specialist expertise in avian science are lagging. So these are some of the challenges that we face. The supports that we required is technically provisions of incubators, CCTVs, as well as improve IT and infrastructure development. Also, we need more enclosure as the population is also increasing, and genetic support we require for genetic support for genetic studies, collaboration with other conservation center for genetic diversity, and administration also we required some personnel with specialist training. Another is community engagement is required to launch some educational program to build some local awareness, as well as to foster participation in drug-borne conservation, and also to establish national links with some national, international agencies and zoos, as well as research body for technical support and knowledge, and also for the sustainability, like pursuing the funding and capacity building for the staff on the long-term basis from the state or central government, as well as another one, the scope that we have is reintroduction to the wild by developing a phased reintroduction protocol. Once the captive population reaches a viable threshold, and we can go for this conducting the soft release in protected reserve area. In Nagaland, we have many community conserve areas where we can put go for this reintroduction, and which can be preceded by health checks, GPS tracking, and habitat suitability surveys. This is the conservation work plan of our breeding center. Now we want to organize this capacity or training for the keepers and staff of police Tragoban at regular intervals, as well as preparing of documents, folders, brochures for display in the stall at Hornbill Festival of Nagaland, mostly in the month of December, as well as to tie up with World Pheasant Association to promote captive breeding of Pleats Tragoban, as well as massive community awareness is also required to elicit strong participation and control of widespread hunting of this beautiful bird, and also want to establish this breeding center as a center for scientific research and studies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative session. I would now request Dr. V. Clement Benz, sir, to kindly come on stage to facilitate ma'am with the memento. Please, may I have a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we will break for tea, just a short break of 15 minutes, and thereafter we'll be joining here back for remarks by ADGF Wildlife MOFCC and a vote of thanks. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry, just a small announcement. So after the tea break, we'll be having a small open session as well. So I kindly request everybody to come here, gather here after the tea break, and thereafter we'll be concluding the ceremony. Thank you so much.
नहीं अप्रूव कर रहा? अच्छा, तो पहले आप टेक्निकल कमेटी का QR देखना पड़ेगा. कहाँ से बनाया? टेक्निकल कमेटी इज अ रूल और हम जरा ये ऐसा है ना, हम ये जो लास्ट सेशन खत्म कर लेते हैं फिर बात करते हैं.
Good evening, senior officers and zoo directors, and we are in the last leg of today's day-long zoo directors conference and chief elephant conference. So now our additional Director General of Forest Wildlife is amongst us. Yes, CZA, maybe many proposals will come from our side, but the pace with which you expect things to happen, it's not happening. So we are also on the same page. So it's an open session now. Maybe you can individually raise the issues you are facing in your facility and how it can be addressed, and if any policy change in this regard should be also thought of. And your thought process in this regard is welcome. Our people are ready to take note of that, and we'll work on that and revert back to you. And once hearing from you, finally we'll get the words of guidance from our ADG and how these things can be resolved in the future, days to come. Thanks a lot, and it's over to you. It's an open session now. Somebody can pause on the mic to the Zoom manager.
कोई बात नहीं, हाले में जाते हैं. I think people are not ready to discuss.
Trishur Zoo has had some issue, and Agra facility had some issues. You can raise up those issues, whatever.
Sir, one of our permission is pending is EEHV, which we wanted to collect from samples. Ramesh sir also knows that. So we are waiting for that permissions so that we can set up that lab and start doing the work. Because earlier we identify the herpes virus in the calves. We will be trying to help, trying to get vaccine and vaccinate that. That is our one of the aim to work on this.
So you have just shared that correspondence. I have shared with the concerned scientist of the elephant cell. So we'll be on it and we'll revert back shortly.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I am from Thrissur. We have 3 files pending in CZA. The recognition part already is complete, and another is from translocation of animals from museum, state museum, and so Thrissur to Thrissur Zoological Park, because the museum zoo is already closed, so they are very difficult to manage the animals. There is no fund allotment. So if it is available within 1 month, we can translocate the animals to Thrissur Zoo. And another is the revised collection plan also. The revised collection plan is also pending in, sir.
So Chief Wildlife Warden Kerala also spoke to me. So you have shared the correspondence. I have shared with Chukla sir and the concerned section also. So maybe in a couple of days' time, we'll revert back to you and we'll reply to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am Pandurang Pakle. I am Zoo Director, Gorewada Project, Nagpur, Maharashtra. Sir, we have a rescue center in Gorewada. We have sent animal exchange proposals, which are we are awaiting the final orders of that. proposals, sir. We have 8 tigers and 8 leopard proposals, sir. Kind request to...
Shukla sir, any status update on that?
Trishur already had about the revised collection plan. I have told Shalu to get that authenticated, and that exchange proposal I have asked Shalza not to wait for the revised collection plan approval and put up the file to you for approval. So that is one thing. About Gorewada, I'll have to see, because I'm asking everyone if there is any pending exchange proposal, kindly send the proposal sent from your office to me, either to the CZA office again on email and a copy to me on WhatsApp. So we'll just follow it up and we'll see that it gets done in this week only. It won't take time.
Yeah, Pondrang, we are on it. So you can text me also. You can share the details. I'll work on it. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. I am Dr. Abhijit Biswas from Indira Gandhi Park Zoo. The present scenario of this distribution of the e-bicycle, which you have just last week have noticed that given. So we are in badly need of that e-bicycles, two numbers.
So actually, the update is actually initially there, and finally got to be reduced to 41. So the concerned division of the Environment Ministry, they are saying that proportionately the number of e-bikes should also be reduced. So we are already we had a VC in this regard. We have worked on that. So now we'll give the money to you. So the money we are in receipt of that. Accordingly, in a week's time there will be some progress in this regard. E-bike from the vendor we will pay the vendor. Vendor will supply to you actually, and it is meant that it should be for the permanent rank. There, if you have some permanent people there, it should be given to them. I don't know what is the arrangements there. That is one of the preconditions.
Good evening, sir. Myself Anurag Bhatnagar, Zoo Director, Abeda Biological Park, Kota. Sir, we have sent a proposal for revised DPR of Abeda Biological Park, and this is a budget announcement of Chief Minister, and we are not getting fund that has been allotted 40 crores. But just because of revised DPR, as we are not getting it, we are not getting the fund, sir. We have sent it through Chief Wildlife Warden, Rajasthan, in December only.
So, can anybody from my office who is looking after can update on this quota proposal?
And one more case, sir.
1 minute, just hold on. Quota, who is looking after quota?
Ajay is here.
Ajay, please update on quota.
Actually, what he says is that the budget they would require only after the master plan is approved. So DPR is the first stage, and once the DPR is, they get the prior approval for establishment on the basis of the DPR approval, then they have to submit the master plan, and only when the master plan gets approved, they can start their any sort of construction on that particular for establishment of that zoo.
Sir, I want to explain one thing. Actually, we have got our DPR cleared from your office, and we were working on it. But in this budget, they have revised it, and they are saying that you have to make a aviary, walk-in aviary. Just because of that thing, we have to revise that DPR.
But the things are, you know the rules better than actually. Master plan should be in place for any activity there. The budget is ready with you, but you can't get along with the construction because master plan is not in place. I think your CCF or somebody, chief, they also spoke to me. I insisted upon that. There are many type plans. For example, Trishur Zoo has a very good master plan. I have shared with also with your people. You can go through that. 10-15 days you work on that and come back to us, and we'll do the needful from our end.
Okay, sir. Sir, one more thing. We have asked for translocation of Chinkara from Machia Biological Park, Jodhpur. But from last 1 year, 1.5 year, we are not getting any permission from your side, sir. That is a Schedule 1 animal. That DFO is ready to give us chinkaras to Kota Biological Park, but we are not getting permission from your side, sir.
A translocation of Chinkara from the wild to...
No, not wild, zoo animals only, from Machia Biological Park, Jodhpur to Kota Biological Park.
Ajay again, any updates on this? Shelsa. But 1 year, any reminders you have sent, or you have just sent the proposal and...
A lot of letters I have written and mailed. Again, I will send it to you.
I will request to you to send it again and send it to me on WhatsApp, because if it is in the collection plan of your zoo, that animal, and if the proposal is submitted in the format with the consent of both the zoo director, there should not be any problem. Yes, this is a matter of a day only. So we'll see that if the proposal is proper in shape. So kindly forward me to me on WhatsApp.
Ji sir, definitely sir.
Right.
Thank you.
And we'll take note of it and we'll do the needful. Yeah. These are all your pertinent issues, but otherwise the policy thing, any suggestions, because you have been working in the zoo for some time. If you feel like you can quote, otherwise we'll wind up this open session and yeah. So now I'll request our ADG Wildlife to spare his thoughts, the final words from him. Sir, thank you.
Thank you. I think it was a very long day, especially for us, because we reached at 7:30 to attend the general body meeting of Central Zoo Authority. But one good thing is that Ben has arranged a dinner, I think. So that is a bonus for us, that at least after end of the day, you must be getting good food. So basically, as I said in the morning, I'll tell with my own experience, because I worked in situ, and during my fag end of the field posting, I got the opportunity to work in ex situ. And when I worked in ex situ, then I realized that how important working in ex situ is for knowing the value of animal ethology, the requirements for the animals, the value of ex situ conservation in large gamut of conservation, and how the ex situ is connected to in situ. And I could also appreciate that why zoos should continue and they should evolve as it had been evolving for a very long time. Many of you might not be knowing, when this zoo was constructed in between 1955 to 59, National Zoological Park, a German whose name was Karl Hagenbeck, he came from Hamburg to design this zoo. He was the person who invented the immersion approach in zoos, and he was picked up for designing this zoo. And still you can say, and the moats which you find dry was a wetted moat. And we had a facility of water, and the water used to flow in the moats, which was a wet moat. And since then, many things have changed, and the area was divided into different biogeographical zones, and especially in terms of the global biogeographical zones, not in terms of only India. And the species, not only from India but across the globe, was brought to this zoo, and that made this zoo very, very special when we look into the history of it. Another very interesting anecdote I would like to share here, because you are zoo managers. How many of you know that the people who have worked in zoo, especially in NZP, have got Padma Award, which is one of the most the highest civilian award, and also a gallantry award, which is called Shaurya Chakra. Have you ever heard? I'll tell you, I'm happy that two people know that. Dr. Kailash Shankla, who became the first director of Project Tiger. Then that time it used to be the director Project Tiger. Kailash Shankla was director here in National Zoological Park. Subsequently, he was given Padma Shri. And one director in National Zoological Park, whose name was Mr. Kamal Naidu, he caught a cobra which was about to bite cubs of a lioness and was in coma for 3 days. He was given Shaurya Chakra for his bravery. He was a zoo director here. And before that, no civilian was being given gallantry, and it was only given to the defense personnel. This has been the history of people who have worked in zoos. How many of you know that there was an association of zoo directors? 3 people, 4 people, 5. Okay, there used to be an association of zoo. Who started that? Dr. Kamal Naidu. And the zoo directors used to meet like this and communicate and disseminate their information and know that how we should move ahead. Somehow we could not convene such a meeting. Thanks to Dr. Clement Ben for quickly organizing this meeting. I wish that this should be a more frequent phenomenon. It should not be an yearly phenomenon, maybe 3-4 months, 6 monthly, as much as possible, at least 3 in a year. And then it should be thematic. There should be panel discussions. The topic should be given in advance. Let the people prepare their presentation and we should discuss and come up with the proceedings. As I said, that management of zoo is both a combination of art and science. It's not only knowing things, but evolving and knowing how to do that. It's a very, very interesting field, very underestimated. Every time I say that, it's an assignment which is very, very less people get opportunity. Because suppose if I come from a service, most of the people will get chance to work in the field, but very few will get the chance to work in the zoos, because zoos are 1 or 2 in the states, and in 4-5 officers 15 years will pass. So not every officer get opportunity to work in zoos or in XC2. So, and many of you may not work for a very long time in zoo, as I couldn't do for a very long time, but I personally feel that it has immense scope in our country to discuss device mechanism to come up with the experience sharing platform or knowledge to platform to share knowledge. And if we can bring such publications, like we have 150 zoos, and someone was saying in the GB that which is the zoo which has, say, best enclosure for, say, otters or for tigers, and then you know that this is the model to replicate, or this is in India and this is in the at international level. So we require to cross disseminate our experiences more frequently, and it should be institutionalized, and CZA can play a very vital role for this. At least it's a good beginning. I wish that such workshops and meetings happens more frequently in days to come, and I get more time to hear all of you. Unfortunately today I couldn't get much time to listen presentations of the experts, because one can learn the experience of years in half an hour or an hour if someone is presenting the case with the data and pictures. So it's a good move, and I'm happy that the entire day was devoted for this program. And I thank you all, especially the organizers, CZA, for taking the lead. And I also express my gratitude to all the guests and experts coming to this program and making this program successful, and look forward for similar more programs in future, and to meet you and see you soon in somewhere, not in Delhi, somewhere, some other part of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your closing remarks. Congratulations, everyone. This concludes the 34th Foundation Day of the Central Zoo Authority, along with Chief Wildlife Warden and Zoo Directors Conference 2026. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Kirti Vardhan Singh, who was present with us in the morning, and the senior officials of Ministry of Environment, namely Director General of Forest and Special Secretary Shri Sushil Kumar Avasthi ji, ADG Wildlife Shri Ramesh Kumar Pandey ji, IGF NTCA Shri Sanjayan Kumar ji, Member Secretary Central Zoo Authority Dr. V. Clement Ben sir, DIG CZA Mohammad Sajid Sultan sir. My gratitude is extended to all the Chief Wildlife Wardens, zoo directors and zoo officials who have gathered here from all over the country. Thanks to each one of you for taking out time from your busy schedule and joining with us here today. I would especially like to thank Director of National Zoological Park, Dr. Sanjit Kumar, and his team for successfully hosting this event. A special mention goes to the event management team led by Varun for the successful organizing of the event. Last, but certainly not the least, my gratitude is extended to staff of the Central Zoo Authority under the esteemed leadership of Dr. V. Clement Ben and Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla for working day and night to make this long-awaited event see the light of the day. With this, we come to the formal conclusion of the Foundation Day celebration of the Central Zoo Authority. Thank you for the collective engagement, sharing insights, and continued commitment towards ethical wildlife conservation and strengthening of zoos in India. Wishing everyone a safe journey ahead. Thank you and dhanyavad.